Oops. Good morning, everyone. Things are off to a great start. Yeah, the producer just said we're going to live audio, and Dr. Jozwiak started singing.
I did.
Yes.
Yeah. Evening news theme.
How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm glad everybody made it back for day 2.
Indeed. Why don't you tell everyone who we've got in store today?
Yeah. I am Andrew Jozwiak, and I have the privilege of serving as the director of bands here at Westchester University. And we have as our MC for the day, Andrew Hitz, who's representing Jupiter Music Instruments this weekend.
I like that I'm making you introduce me, even though I'm the one who's supposed to be running things.
No,
so
it's great, man. It's this just kind of back and forth. We'll make it work.
And yeah, who is this year's featured clinician? She was wonderful yesterday.
Yeah, you're in for a treat. We have Julia Balmanis from Rutgers University joining us for the weekend, as well as our own Adam Gumbel and Hannah Morrison. We have 3 additional bands here today who the clinicians will be working with. And for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time or learning about what this event is, we kind of bill this as concert band camp. It's a front-end experience where the bands are coming with fresh repertoire that they're just starting to prepare for contest later in the spring or whatever concerts, performances they have going on. And for us, it's a real special event because it's not just sit back and listen to some polished product.
Right.
We actually get to roll up our sleeves and kind of get in there and work with the students. So.
Yeah, it's. I think it's a unique. I talked about this at length yesterday. I'll be brief today, but it's very cool that we get to see bands working early in the process, and then this evening, this afternoon at 3:15 will be. We don't even really call it a concert; we call it a show and tell, where the bands will get to play some portion of the pieces that they are working on, and you get to watch their progression through the day. It's a really neat event.
Yeah, well, we're grateful to be hosting it. We're grateful for our partnerships, the National Band Association, Jupiter Music Instruments, and real special thanks to the J.W. Pepper Corporation for providing the live stream for this event. So I'm grateful for all those relationships.
All right, we're going to have Dr. Jozwiak head into the hall now, where he's going to welcome all the kids, and then we will get started with our first clinic at 9:15. But I'll be back to explain kind of how the rest of the day will unfold. So let's go introduce the kids.
Awesome. Good morning, friends. I love it. Good morning, friends. Good. I am Andrew Jozwiak, and I have the privilege of serving as the director of bands here at Westchester University. And I'd just like to take a second to welcome everyone to our National Band Association High School Wind Band Symposium. So welcome. Yeah, love the applause. We have for you today what we usually refer to as concert band camp. We're all at some point as we're starting the semester where we have new repertoire in our folders. We're preparing for either performances, festivals, different things that we're going to be doing throughout the spring. And for the most part, a lot of us are on the front end that musical journey, trying to figure out what it is we're going to be doing as an ensemble. And today, we have a number of different clinicians who are going to be working with your bands, and they're going to be introducing some ideas to you. Some are going to be familiar, things that you very regularly do in your band rooms as part of your daily routine. And there are going to be other ideas that are coming at you that may be new, different ways of thinking about things, different ways of relating to each other. And the challenge that you're going to have throughout the day is to be able to note all of these different techniques, process ideas that are being introduced to you, and figure out the ones that are really working, figuring out the ones that you may have questions about. And as you complete the day, you're going to notice a lot of different improvements within the group. You're going to notice a lot of different ways of thinking about music and how you relate to each other. So that when you get back to your home schools on Monday, you're going to get to have some really awesome conversations with your director about the things that you did today. So that's kind of the challenge for you. Some of the clinicians are going to ask you to literally note some of these things so that we have a record of them and we could respond to them when we get back home. So this time I'd like to let you know who everyone is. We have 3 incredible ensembles here today. And the first ensemble I'd like to introduce is the band from Caravel Academy, Delaware, under the direction of Stephen Andrew Lavage. We have the band from Hatboro Horsham High School under the direction of Erica Westcott. And under the direction of Joseph Santinello, we have the group from North Penn High School. Welcome, friends. The clinicians who are going to be working with you today, we have an incredible guest joining us, our friend from Rutgers University, Julia Balmanis. Please welcome her. Andrew Hitz, tuba player extraordinaire from Jupiter Musical Instruments, is going to be speaking to you all a little bit after dinner and probably performing a little bit as well, yeah? All right, welcome Andrew. And my 2, who happen to be the best colleagues in the world, Dr. Hannah Morrison and Dr. Adam Gumbel from Westchester University. As you're in your rooms for the clinics throughout the day, if there's anything that you need outside of what's going on with your clinician, there are going to be probably students in the room who have Greek letters on. They're part of our band fraternities, sororities here at Westchester University. You could ask them for anything. They'll be able to help you out with whatever you need. We also have our 2 graduate assistants in wind band conducting, Ryan Miller and Jacob Springer, who are in the back, who could also help you with anything. So that's about it, gang. I don't need to talk at you anymore. We're going to get you to your rooms and get you started. And I think the last thing that I'm going to do before we dismiss is just talk to you a little bit about the flow that we'll engage in here in the hall. Anytime you come into the hall, you'll come into the hall through the main doors over there. Okay. Anytime you go from the hall to the stage, there's a door right over here where Mr. Santinello's hanging out. And right behind that wall is a hallway that leads right to the stage back here. So anytime you go from the hall to the stage, you'll go through that door. And anytime you leave the stage to return to the seats, to the audience seats, you'll go out that back door. You can kind of see a light hanging above it. So we end up having this circular flow, and no one's running into each other with large instruments or whatever. Okay, so North Penn is going to start us off by showing us how we get on stage if we go through that door by Mr. Santinello. Go ahead back there and come right up and around. Let's just jump. Love it, North Penn. Who's that? Okay. All right, through the hallway, magically appearing. Love it, love it. Good job. Well done, North Penn.
So yeah, this.
All right, Caravel Academy. If you could follow Mr. Andrew Lavage right out the doors over here. And
Okay, we are about to start our first clinic, which is going to begin in just a few minutes. First, I wanted to tell you the three bands that we have. Well, you just heard, but we are about to watch North Penn High School. Dr. Morrison, who's one of the band directors here, is going to be clinicking them. The way that today is going to work is that we have three different clinics where you are going to watch the same band, North Penn High School, work with all three of the guests. Well, one is a guest, two are actually on the faculty here. They're going to first work with Dr. Morrison, then they will get to work with Dr. Baumanis from Rutgers, and then we will have a break for lunch from 12 to 1. At 1 o'clock there will be a band director roundtable. That is when I go into the hall. This part is not broadcast, but I will actually clinic all three of the bands together, and I will talk about musicianship, and I'll talk about myself because I love talking about myself. We have a lot of fun. Talk about practicing, talk about developing a growth mindset, things like that. But out here will be the three band directors from the three ensembles who are here today, plus the three Westchester directors, as well as Dr. Baumanis, and the seven of them will talk about all things band and music education, and it's always a wonderful conversation, or I'm told, because I'm always in with the kids during that. And then we will have one more clinic from 2:15 to 3, which that will feature Dr. Gumble from Westchester here, and then 3:15 to 4 is going to be the show and tell. Just a heads up that this will all be archived on the Wells School of Music YouTube channel, and so if you kind of duck in and out during the day, you can see any of this, and you can also see all the future years. That would be impressive if you could see next year's clinic now. That would I think we could charge a lot of money for that. No, you can see all the previous a bunch of years are available on the archive. So really quickly wanted to thank the sponsors. KHS America, which is the parent company of Jupiter Band Instruments, has helped to make my appearance possible in part through an educational grant from the KHS America Academic Alliance, so thank you to them. Also a big thank you to J.W. Pepper for the stream and for supporting this event every year. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. They offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, their digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, they offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. And it sounds like the band has stopped, so we are going to send the feed into the hall now. And again, this is North Penn High School, and we are about to watch Dr. Morrison do the first clinic. And by the way, we'll pull her out halfway through, and I'll talk to her about what she's doing, kind of a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of the pedagogy, and about what she's going to do for the second half. And this should be great. She's wonderful. So here we go with Dr. Morrison clinicking the North Penn High School Band.
Awareness of how we're starting sounds and playing together. What default articulation strength? If you were to give the articulation strength out of 10, what default are you going? 1 to 10, 1 is the softest, 10 being the most aggressive. What do you think? 5, 4? Great. Okay, awesome. So maybe let's go like a mezzo forte dynamic, unless you wanted something, if you want to, yeah.
Cool. I was going to say forte.
Awesome. So every single note, because of the level that y'all are at, every single note, how detailed can you be about where am I articulating and am I matching the people on my left and right? Or am I matching articulation style up? Can I hear up so that I'm matching the strength? Maybe play just, in fact, actually, I'll jump up there if that's cool.
Yeah.
Do the first, oh, thank you. Ooh. I routinely destroy coffee cups, so smart call. All right, here we go.
Same thing.
From the top. Make the last note the same as the first note. Good. So that level of detail on the articulation's changing things already. Okay, if you're listening to that fine level of detail. First note's the same as the third note. Everybody say yeah? Yeah. So making sure that we're matching quality. We're talking all the things. Well, how's your tone? How's the tuning? How's the pitch? How's the articulation of that first note and that last note? Okay? Hey, we're going to add another element with that. I'm going to change the dynamics because if we're playing Deep River, as we were just talking about, the shaping of this is what sells it. So let's do the same thing in this warm-up. I'm going to change dynamics. You follow me. Here we go. Might even change time every once in a while, so ebb and flow with me. Yeah, so then the question becomes, can I match that articulation and style and pitch and all those things in different dynamics? Okay, I'm going to try slightly different. One more time from the top, just last time. Let's go no snare for a second so we don't have that internal pulse. Appreciate it. Here we go. Watch the pitch as you increase. Here we go. Keep it going. Go, 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 and go, and. Yeah, I like spicing up the warm-up a little bit. So the idea is, can I practice the techniques musically that we're going to copy and paste to Deep River? All right, just play that concert F. Play the beginning. Hold. Now, I do want to mention something. As we're exploring different dynamic ranges and different articulation styles, please notice this. We sacrifice a hair of our beautiful sound and intonation. Right now, that's okay. I want you to work for the dynamic scope with always that in mind. So what can I do to physically make that happen? Maybe if I'm thinking low brass and I'm putting a lot of air through the horn, I'm gonna widen my vowel shape, oh, so that it doesn't get too tight and tense, right? I keep the warmth of it. Go back to that concert F. 5 is your medium volume, 1 is the softest, 10 is the loudest. This is all about the individual right now. Play at 5 and then watch me for dynamic change. Percussion, appreciate you. Pause for just a second. Here we go. Breathe when you need to. Keep both hands on the horn. Come on, come on. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, so look, no, those are not the sounds you always want in a piece. However, in your personal practice, if you're not practicing this extreme and this extreme, then you're just going to play things mezzo blah, as a good mentor of mine said. So how can we get out of mezzo blah? You got to explore these areas and then start to think, okay, as the quote, that's been the weekend quote, no softer than solid, no louder than lovely. Got to have those boundaries for your own personal playing within the whole scope of the band. Exploring that in your personal practice, how many of you practice soft? Yeah, absolutely. How many of you practice loud? Yeah. How many of you practice mezzo, like you live in mezzo land quite a bit? Okay, I won't do the other question, which is like, how many of us are practicing at a dynamic? I'm just kidding. Look, so hey, practice those dynamics as much as you're practicing the technique that you need to play this music. Play the things at levels and record yourself so you know what it really sounds like from a listener's perspective. That's just something I love to do with that. We would take it to the next level and we would really talk about the intonation that you started with, which was really round and warm. How can we keep that quality as we explore different dynamics? And maybe that'll be our theme of our session here. Yeah, cool. Want to dive on in?
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
Go for it.
Literally, like into the deep river. Dive in, wade in.
Yeah, these are quality pencils, y'all. Y'all have really cool gear. I know that's really random, but like that's a nice quarter zip, I guess, right? Hey, here's a fun fact for you about this composition. I know you've probably talked a little bit about Ben Horn, but Ben re-envisioned this movement and then broadened it to a multi-movement work called the Spiritual Symphony, which just won a really massive award within the wind band world. So there's a lot of depth to this, this composition and this composer, and he's finishing up some work at Michigan State. It's pretty awesome. Yeah. Yeah. And then I want to make sure we end with some full ensemble moment. Yeah. Do you have a preference, as they're kind of getting set up here, for how long we spend on this? Whole time? Awesome. Okay.
Do you want to maybe start here then?
Yes. Top, but like, let's play the top. Okay, yeah. Let it run. I'll let it run a little bit and take some exam. Want to go through some of that again?
Yeah, we'll probably go through that again.
Yeah.
Y'all are just playing the solos too slow. Okay? Especially Kara, and I know you don't normally play that one, and Rajan, and you are going to play that one. But it's just a little too slow. Like, I'm giving you 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Be-da-da, be-da-da. So don't go so slow, okay?
Hey, if like in a perfect world, does anybody compose? All right, if you're ever interested in composition, I think one of the things I've heard from really excellent composers is just start now, even if it's not polished. That's another aside. And in a perfect world, there wouldn't be bar lines for all of this. It would just be straight, right? We use the bar lines to organize what's happening so we're all on the same page. So if I'm accompaniment, wave at me if you're ever accompaniment in this opening section. You're not one of the solos. Wave at me if you have an accompanimental role. Yeah, absolutely, cool. Your job is to communicate with each other and Mr. Santisello. So that we don't, I just like stumbled over that, I promise. So that we don't have this, you're trying to always wait on what's happening. Then the solos can sing on top of that, right? So the accompaniment, keep in tune up here, and that will help us a ton. We played this piece with Wind Symphony last year, which is, gets me pumped.
This is the hardest thing to play first thing in the morning, too. It's just like a little bit awkward at the beginning. So just relax and just play. We talked about it yesterday. One thing I also like to hear maybe when we get to it, measure 4. When I give this beat 3, be-da-da, but singing bass clarinet, bari sax, piano, vibes. We need that to be a little more fat, you know? Don't hide the mezzo forte with these heavy weighted accents on it, okay?
Where's the trill? What beat does the trill come on? Hey, clarinets, you're on beat 4. I know it starts pianissimo. Give a little bit more volume at the beginning of that note so we hear the presence. Just a hair more. Think 8% more, so then we have somewhere to go. It's really unique that it comes on 4 and everybody else has been coming on 1, 2, 3 at that point.
Yeah, we practiced that measure 4 real quick. We haven't quite gotten that yet. So just the people who play do, 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 I'm going to give you exactly what I'm going to give you in real life. Ready? Yeah, that's what it is.
Is it accent tenuto? Is that right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, nice. Will you think a little bit more in the front? I like the length. Give a little bit more. Man, so much of this is singing. You should go listen to a baritone, right? That's what it's all based off of. Go listen to a baritone sing this. Anybody sing?
Lots of them.
Yes. Okay. If your hand wasn't up, I dare you to sing more in the practice room. That's a safe area to do it. And you don't have to do it publicly with other people if you're really freaked out about that. If you sing, that gives you the chance to express music without the metal in front of you, and then to translate it to the metal in your hands. That's the idea behind singing. Okay. This is all based off of an original Henry Burley baritone recording, which is beautiful. Yeah. Anyways, keep going.
Cool. Because I want you to play the Vicine instead of the bass clarinet notes. But I'll play that later. All right, let's try the beginning one more time.
Yes.
Yeah, we're just having so much fun with that. It feels awkward, but it's after beat 4, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Da 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 da. Cool. Let's just start right on the pickup to 4.
Love that. Hey, in this solo, just play it out. You got it. I know you got it. It's right now. Don't worry about being too loud. Then you can scale it down. Get to that really comfort level. It's cool.
Will is demonstrating exactly what every soloist's volume should be, right? It's just like really open and loud and free, and it sounds awesome. So good job, Will. This is the pickups to 4, okay? Or sorry, pickups to 5. Pickups to measure 5. 1 and 2 and 3.
Nicely done. Good, stop there. Yeah, nice. Look, and I know we have different soloists right now too. The opening stuff is going to happen. Okay, there's a note for accompaniment, and this might be the theme of this piece is if I'm playing an accompanimental role, I want to support, but also y'all, you don't want to just be bland. So when we get to B, we're going to talk a little bit not about the solo, which is nicely done on these solos. Yeah, and great job there, and all these solos, y'all are awesome. We're going to talk about what's happening underneath that so that it makes the music so much more compelling, which is the idea there. Okay, a great example is, actually just go B.
Yep.
Let's go accompaniment only at B.
So no Charlie and no Brody, but everybody else. And Ada can play until you get to C, right? And then just drop out if we get that far.
Yeah.
Here's B.
Hey, more sustain on the notes, more sustain.
Ready, B?
Yes, good. That. So the way they crescendo before they changed notes. So it didn't pop out of the picture. It was a really nice lead into the movement. What's the most important stuff when you're changing notes, yeah? Within this chorale. Can we go just clarinets? Do you mind if I conduct this for a second? Here we go. Go, and and stop there. Very nice. Now let's flip the blend a little bit. Slight less first clarinet, more second, third, and add bass. Let's have all clarinets. Ready? Very nice. Good. Where are the vocalists again? Where are the vocalists in the room? Yeah. Okay. Have you ever had a choral director do this? Spin the sound, yes? So the idea here is that your notes are doing this. First two notes, clarinets, play the first two notes. And this time I want it to, rather than doing this, let it go here. I love that we get to talk about detail with y'all. Y'all are amazing. This level of detail is going to make it compelling. And whatever, tempered steel, yeah. The detail of that, yeah. I can't wait to hear that too. Here we go. Clarinets, ready? Go, and oh. See the difference? Did y'all hear a difference? Okay, great. Now if we support the soloist, now you've just given, what's your name? Brody. Brody was here first, right? Weren't you here early? Brody was here first. That's all. I'm just saying that out loud. Hey, okay, so Brody now has the chance for this solo to have that sort of emphasis in line. Now if it starts to become too much, then you can balance. Right here in this hall, I doubt it's going to be, from what I've heard. Let's go at B and keep going.
Yeah.
Let notes go somewhere, y'all. Let them go.
I think you can play louder too, Charlie. You have mezzo piano as your solo volume, but that mezzo piano solo is like forte.
Yeah. Forte. Yeah. Louder.
Here's B with the pickup from Brody.
Slight less. Yes, nice. Now out of the way. It's going somewhere. Where is it going? Thank you. Nice. Okay, one note. Thank you. One note. Much more compelling. Everybody say yes. It had shape. And y'all, shape doesn't have to be piano to forte every time. Right now we're living in mezzo piano to mezzo piano plus. Great. Here's the note. Do you see any moment that the soloists have a transition moment? So this is requiring you to listen beyond your part. Anytime they have a sustain or they're going to take a breath, our job should be to support the sound. So clarinets, flutes, woodwinds, when you have an end of a note where you think you're going to breathe, don't breathe there. Let that be a moment that you carry over. You're like the pedal on the piano so that the soloist can breathe. Okay, maybe halfway through or euphonium when they've come in.
Yeah, let's go the fifth measure of B, okay? That's the 4/4 after the 5/4.
Hey,
odd tempo.
much better volume on youth. That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think a good example of what Dr. Morrison just said is maybe flute, clarinet, flute, clarinet, oboe. Maybe we don't breathe after the second 5/4. Maybe we go right into that 4/4.
Is there I'm like imagining a decrescendo. I have a really beautiful mentor that performed this piece with dancers, by the way. I'll send you a link to that.
That's cool.
Performed this piece with dancers on a stage in Kansas City, Kaufman, not stadium, the stage in there. It's beautiful. And he has all the shaping that he might have added. 4, 5, the flutes, when they decrescendo, they have the 3 notes. D, da, da, D. Starting that just a little bit louder because of the range you're in, and then letting it go here. I think that'll help a ton. I can't remember the exact measure. Y'all are smart.
Speaking about flutes, did the clarinets hear the flutes come in on their trill at measure 5? Thought they did a really good example of what we were talking about. How they played the beginning of the trill kind of loud, and then they sort of faded off a little bit. It was really nice. Good job, flutes. All right, so this is the 5th measure of B, where it says a tempo.
And then we're going to get to some climax stuff. Y'all are off.
Yo, 5th measure of B.
Yeah. Something to work on. I love it though. Where's it going? Where is it going? Go clarinets, you got it. Good, let's regroup in that section. Yeah, let's regroup in that section. Hey, doing this at the beginning of the morning, I realized you're like, oh, however, it's much better than right after lunch. And you're not as fresh. There's so much more opportunity. I see a lot of accompaniment. There's saxophones. There was a moment for you where you started shaping, and I was like, yes! And then I would have said, hey, back off just a hair. That's a great compliment, right? So how can I support that and still give the shape behind it? I actually really want to keep going, but we should do that little, I want to get into like this section, if you don't mind.
That's cool.
And maybe pick up to here, or even H and forward,
Yeah,
or.
we'll go like G. Let's start 2 before G.
Notes have to go somewhere. If the note is just sitting there, it's boring. Let it go somewhere.
We're still like in soli mode here, saxes, right? So a nice full, reedy sound, okay? Make it all about you for 2 more bars here. This is 2 before G. This is what we were working on the last couple of days, right? And 3.
Nice, yeah. Isn't this moment so good? Right? Love all the different lines that are featured throughout. I guarantee you this group especially can do more of this. It happens really fast in this piece, in this movement. And then that will allow this to feel more warm and not as bright. And there's a couple of moments. Can I conduct through some of this? Sure. Is that okay? Stealing the baton. I love this. Where did you start?
Started
2 before G. Okay, great. Same spot. I'm going to kind of be like an over-the-top conductor right now so we can find the moments to have it ebb and flow. G, Go and Okay, good, good. Okay, do you see a G? You see the decrescendo? So my upper woodwinds, da-dee-da-dee-dee, and you might even experiment that short note. Let it make sure we're matching. No one's playing it too dee-da. Okay, have some space into it. Will you play the trill before G? Go ahead. All right, great. Your job is to provide a little bit, this was a word we said yesterday, a little bit of manic energy. Faster, 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 faster. Give us lead into it. Try it. Everybody listen for this. Yeah, and then as loud as you possibly can. I realize we're in an upper register, so it's going to default. Maybe start a little faster, then keep going. Go ahead. Yeah, you're going to give us this as much as you can on piano. Everybody else that has whole notes or timpani, even percussion, let's get to the downbeat of G with 15% more energy. And woodwinds are going to help. Try the same spot. Ready? And start piano. Go and it's out there. Good. Y'all are already working out all those transitions. I'm not worried about that, okay? What I loved that time, and I know you heard this because I saw some of you even smile. You're allowed to do that with music. You can smile in your eyebrows. When you got to G, there was more of an impact moment. Trumpets, I give you permission to play, I'm going to say 15% stronger. Let's hear that group. Trumpets only. Bar before G. 1 and 2 and ja-ka-ka-ka. Yeah, and I love that our lower voices are providing the energy. Can that da-da not be as aggressive on articulation? See where the accent is? It's on the second note, not the first note. Yeah. Try it again and add to that horns. 1 and 2, 3. Good. And then really pure time with this triplet. Let the note go here. Dee-da-dee-da, not dee-da-dee-da. Right? Hey, have y'all seen this today? Like, if you were to conduct more, we should do that. If you're conducting more, we're letting things go here, not here. This, boring. This, intriguing. Everybody, 2 before G. Make moments with this piece. They're built in, you just got to emphasize them. G, 2 before, ready, and go. Go. Go, 3 and Okay, good. Just so you know, transition-wise, woodwinds play the high note. I was about to try and sing it. No. Woodwinds are going to play this high notes. Hey, and boom, that. They're going to play this high note. And hey, trick for you woodwinds. That's written fortissimo. I want you to actually play it mezzo forte. That sounds wild. That fortissimo volume, play it mezzo forte. The rest of the group is going to help us sustain, and if we're playing that too bright, we're just losing the quality. Back off a little. It'll work for you. Here, and we're breaking. D, 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 space, D, 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 do. Very nice. Start there. This is the third bar of G. I love that you're making moments. tenor trombone 1 and 2, you can play more of the glissando right before G, just so you know. Let's go third bar of G. Third bar, ready? And. Got it. Da dee da dee da dee da. Or sorry, yeah, third bar of G. Yeah, right there. Third bar, ready? And. Good, good. And then, hey y'all, what dynamic do you have? Fourth bar of G. You still have a forte. So what we hear right now is scream high note, dee da da. Do the opposite. Microphone away. Dee dee da dum. Yeah, try that, Woodwinds. Start third bar of G, Woodwinds. Ready, go, and 1 and go, and 1, 2. Yeah. Dee, dee, da. Say that with me. Ready? And go. I'll say it again. Dee, dee, da. Say it with me, everybody. Ready? And go. Dee, dee, da. What did I just tell you without saying anything? What note gets the emphasis? The second note. Dee, dee, da. We're letting the notes lead somewhere. Okay? Go, everybody, right at G, so trombones can play that gliss. Right at G. I got you.
Rasmus, you come in after the high note. You're forte too, right? Yeah. You've been kind of sneaking back.
I love and 1,000% agree. I almost said a gazillion. Yeah. G. Gazillion. G, ready? Keep going. Go and go on. Okay, now hold up. Y'all are so good. You can do this. 3 before H, the most important thing is piano. The composer, Ben, the arranger, has very specifically said we have to get down to a mezzo piano volume in 2 beats. Here's another detail. I worked at Disney for a summer. I had to go through all this Disney training and all that. There's a video that they show you, and it's called Bump the Lamp. It's this image that they made something in the background, in the very background, like no one would see it, but they made it move ever so slightly. And if you watch it without, you go, oh, that's dumb. If you watch it with, you go, oh my gosh, the level of detail on that is so much so that I can't help but watch it. So if we can do the same thing dynamically, 1, 2, 3. That's what has to happen. Go, everybody, find with me. Start at G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth bar of G. Fifth bar of G. Ready? If I could all of a sudden go from 5, 6, average height, 5, 6 to like 1, 2, is that even possible?
I don't think so.
That's the goal. 1, in fact, y'all play that bar where the 6-4 just wins for a second. The 6-4 bar, play. Ready, and go. 1. Already getting softer. Already getting softer, that's the idea. Upper woodwinds, you're gonna have to work even harder to make sure that the upper reg is not out of tune, but also not bright and more present. Here, here. Dare to practice softer. Go, everybody, fifth bar of G.
If you can't hear Jaden, that's a good sign that you're too loud, right? You guys got using both hands and feet on Give him a break.
Fifth bar of G, it goes here, and then immediately, detail, here. Ready, go. Oh. And oh. Good, 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 good. I stayed soft because that's what the music has. The fermata is going, you're gonna go off and 1, 2, 3, 4, lots of octaves. New C.
I'm kind of having trouble trouble with this spot
Yeah.
because they need to play this quarter note. Where is it? Oh, they need to play this eighth note pickup. So we
Yeah.
have the fermata,
Yeah.
release. I think I was giving.
Oh, 2 beats. My bad.
It's
Okay. I can adjust
We're
there.
just now figuring it out. We just started this like section like 2 days ago.
Oh, that's awesome. I also like treat that as a fermata. D, D, and sometimes I'll add space here.
Okay.
Per the baritone recording. Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
in my mind. Same spot one more time. 5th bar of G. And then we can go. 5th bar of G and 3 and and go and good for you. Big ears all the time, but when you get to octaves, start listening down. Have to match that moment. For me, when I heard y'all play it the first time, the bar before H had 20% more room to grow. Okay? Hey, everybody point out there. Your goal is to get your sound there. The best analogy, it was from I think it was a trombone professor. If I'm getting my sound right to the end of my bell, it almost sounds like Darth Vader. Like it's just popping here. My job is to get it out. It's gotta go there with the best quality ever, right? And that's the idea here. Y'all are awesome. Tell someone around you something you will take away from what we worked on this selection. Ready, set, go.
So hold on, real quickly. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Don't listen to the actual clinician, listen to me. Two things. First of all, you sound phenomenal. You sound really, really, really great. The last isolated time when you did that was like absolutely incredible. The last time that you just did it in context, I think you were all thinking about the next time. And I would say that the bottom was like a little bit higher than it was before because you were focused on the next thing. Probably only 10% louder, but like half of the effect was lost, right? So it was 10% louder than it needed to be, but 50% of the effect. So it's just all about like being like crazy follow through on like loud, soft.
Yeah.
You know, anyway. So each one of these clinics halfway through, I'm going to come in and I'm going to steal the clinician for just like 5 minutes while we talk about what they're working on. And so you will listen, you should listen to him always.
Yeah.
Always. And right now, but with whatever you're going to do, but we will
Do whatever if you want to go new rep or something.
Thank you.
I think we're gonna try to keep it.
Love it.
And then we can hit the next like climactic
Okay.
point after when you come back.
I love it. Appreciate y'all. I'll be back. Hey, good to see you. Powwow.
All right, here we are with Dr. Morrison.
Yeah.
This band sounds good.
Yeah.
They sound a lot better than they did 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
Doing great work.
talk about how you're able to get them leaning into the extreme so much.
Yeah, I mean, at first it started with a conversation
Right.
with Mr. Sandatello and just talking about, hey, what are goals you want for your students?
Right.
So him being so aware of, hey, this is where we are in this piece.
Right.
I want to do more of this.
Uh-huh.
So tried to tie that in from the very beginning when we did just a little bit of foundations work and allowing them to explore what does it feel like?
Right.
What does it feel like to get that extreme dynamically in both directions?
Right.
And there were things sacrificed, and I tried to point that out, right? Okay, now our pitches, we're getting a little awry. Okay, so in the practice room, right, trying to connect the dots there a little bit with them. And it's great on a piece like that where there's so much written in dynamically to what we were just talking about. Okay, how do you hold that consistently? How do you make sure you're actually getting down to mezzo piano? And how is this forte different than this forte?
Yeah.
So there's so much value for them to learn about shaping and following what the arranger has described and shown throughout that piece. But
It's so easy for soft dynamics to creep up and for loud dynamics to creep down. And my professor at Northwestern, Rex Martin, he used to call an unintentionally middle dynamic. You used to
Yeah.
call it mezzo nothing.
Yeah.
So, which you would say
It's
with a
a
smile,
line,
but it
yeah,
was just
yeah.
kind of in the
Yeah.
middle. And yeah, you just really had them like really
Yeah.
committing and really committing. So yeah,
hold them
And
accountable.
So what are you going to work on next? Do you know?
I think he wants to keep working on
going.
this,
Yeah, great.
and part of it was thankfully I've had some familiarity with the piece,
Mm-hmm.
so diving into something like that, dive into something like that while they're fresh.
Yeah.
Because just kind of like yesterday, right?
Right.
It demands such a level of maturity
Right.
out of them. So spending some time there. He's got some other selections that we might work on, but
That's great.
we'll keep going.
All right, we'll get you back
Yeah,
in there.
absolutely.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anthony? Yeah, Anthony's killing it, man. It's just like zoom! Suspended cymbal, this great effect to bring us in. The winds in a lot of these sections are just like loud, right? So if you too can connect the ideas this way, like going up an escalator instead of walking upstairs, right? So it's not just light goes on, it's a different dynamic. We're actually going to take the listener on a journey that connects these two ideas. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's really good. Lee Wins, you have some of the noodly stuff, like at the ends of the phrases. There's a lot of technique involved, right? I think that y'all play well enough to be able to make sure that you're lining this up as a section. It sounds really I me now, like I can play it, I can play it, I can play it, I can play it, I can play it. If we could get that that technique lined a little better and make it a little bit more we us, I think the effect comes off the stage a little better. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is new, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're just getting our fingers around, guys. But I think it's 100% right. And I'm trying really carefully. Sometimes I wobble around the tempo a little bit. That's like my personal goal, to be more aware of playing tempo. But I'm trying really hard in this section to just stick to so that I'm not like selling you out. So I'm trying to be as perfectly in time as possible so that you can play these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. All right, so if you can, it's starting to get easy enough. Like, see, like if I'm Madeleine, I should be like, am I lining up with Jason and Max, or am I kind of just letting them roll, or whoever? Okay, cool. Hey, can we do H again?
Yes.
Let's see if we can be. Who's suspended on this? Lily. So let's see if we can crescendo more like Lily. Right? The cymbal goes like this. It doesn't have like steps. And I think because we have quarter notes, we went instead of right? So like right before is what I'm talking about. Let's try it. Here's H. No pickup. Ready and H.
This little brass stuff, man. Like I want to pick up a euphonium and just play to be part of what's going on back there. That's so cool, man.
Yeah, I think that was a little better.
I didn't hear the before, but I love the after. Yeah.
Me, guys, I wonder if you guys agree not the climax of this section, that it might be 4 after I. Like I is definitely a climax, right? And then it's got like one more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. And I was out here, so I was listening to it from this perspective. What I heard is we get to notes at the right volume, and then we immediately drop off. So if we're getting to the 5th bar or 4th bar of I know exactly what you're talking about. That.
It's this. Yeah,
Yes. If we're getting to that bar, then y'all, you can't give up. Well, there's a life lesson, right? You have to make sure that you're taking a good enough breath to physically get yourself to that moment. And when you get to take sip breaths, make sure they're not lame. Take in more air.
Yeah.
Let it keep going.
I think our I arrival is pretty good.
Yeah.
And then we just have to sustain, and that's hard. Okay, we talked about this too, like because we're all a little bit small still, right? We have to find like the big kid sound and like sustain it. So when you do have a chance to breathe, make it a big gulp of breath, okay? Because I think the 4th measure of I is like the real extra moment, you know? And sometimes like low brass, we go ba 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 ba. Never quite done, but I need you to go for one more measure before you start to come back down. That's all, okay? Let's maybe start 2 before I.
Can we, one note with this?
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Jozwiak was talking H, all this noodly stuff. From my perspective back there, I saw a lot of individuals staring into it, really focused here. 2 things that you can try. We can do it now or you can do it later. One is actually physically a little bit of motion so that you're all unifying where these downbeats are. And Ben Horn has helped us because he's added articulation groupings. You might even add a couple more pulse points. I'm stealing that from a mentor. Just a little weight. Percussionists do this really well with just a little extra accent on the beginnings of the groupings.
I'd love to hear you play with your eyes closed.
Oh, heck yeah.
Because, first of all, most of you just play the same 2 notes the whole time. Alto 1 changes once. Right? Maybe that's something we do another time, but like, you don't need to look at it. It's right? So maybe if we just like listen and didn't have the benefit of our eyes.
Yeah. You could add a backbeat to it.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Jeet doesn't do anything on this, so Jeet can play drum set.
That's a jazz professor who said if you're ever having a problem with people pushing tempo all the time, then add a backbeat.
Yeah.
It chills it some. So.
Hey, let's try H one more time. You don't have to close your eyes, but I would say listen 98% and look at the little notes going like this, 2%.
Not random notes, groupings.
Pickups. We'll do the pickup this time. So like a couple brass holes type pickups. Ready?
We should keep going. Wait, it was so good. Like if I had a face at this end, I was doing this, right? That's what this music is. It's caring, it's giving. Sustain the note, and then you went like this. Da. And there was this release that was like, oh my gosh, and done, and down. Okay, so can you make that release? Yeah. Can you make the release as beautiful as you're starting these different notes? Okay. Can we try something?
Did we actually do that in the show this year? Weren't we going to do that for a second? And then we didn't. We'll kick stop. We're short-lived. Hey, so who are the people that release at J? Flute, oboe, clarinet, alto, tenor, horns, trumpets. It needs to be, it doesn't say decrescendo, but it probably should, and then it's an inhale. Just breathe to release it. Don't like tongue stopper. And I know flutes are like hanging on for their lives there. You guys are trying to
Yeah.
play. And maybe
No, I'm just kidding.
you're both first, right? I don't know that it
That's a good point.
needs to be two.
That's a good point.
Maybe you could like shoot and whoever loses has to play.
I don't have to say that.
Yeah. Because in my music, it looks like the decrescendo stops at the measure before J. I feel like it should just continue all the way to J, so it just disappears.
There's like if you're a harmony, if you want to really get into the harmony at this moment, there's tension, 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 tension until J, and
it just melts.
boom, it melts. So that, so there's home base. There's the root.
Yeah, it's a great job making the fourth measure of I special. In addition, it's like a surprise. The audience thinks like, you did it, we got to the arrival. And then it's like, no, here's one more moment. And then we kind of pull it back to the end of the song. In marching band, we would call that an extended phrase. Yeah. And it's hard, and you get credit for that when you do that. But we don't care about marching band right now.
If you have a half note at I, if you ever have a half note, then just let it go forward right now. These half notes are too stale, and some of us are decrescendoing, but the song is not that.
Yeah, singers,
Vibrato.
You would never sing. Like you would grow and vibrato during that half note, right? Yeah. They love when I sing. They like when I sing all the high parts, actually.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
How tired are your chops, bro?
Eh.
All right? Because we have to play for like 6 months. We have to play Tempered Steel.
Yes.
And I thought woodwinds we had good. That was the most clarity that I heard at H. I actually heard as a group going instead of just like. So that was getting better.
Groupings, not random notes.
I think we can handle that one more time. Let's do pick up this H
Yeah.
one last time. We'll go all the way to the end. What time does this session end?
10:30.
Oh, cool.
Chicka, chicka. If you had a bow and you could see the motion happening, can you match that with the people on your left and right?
How many of you played strings?
Nice.
Quite a few, right? Thank you for choosing band in the end. Don't tell us to sit on. Ready? One more time. Pick up the H. If your chops are getting tired, brass, try not being at the chops. Or this, and less this. All right, pick up the H. Possibly the best clarinet position I've ever heard. Good job. You kind of want to listen to the wind chimes, and like if you can still hear them, you should try to keep going.
Yeah.
You're on tempo planet Eta, and things move much more quickly there. So just take your time.
Is it J?
That was cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so much, like, it's a different color. We actually might be getting too soft too fast with this.
Okay, yeah.
Da-dee, da-dee, because I don't hear connection between those notes. So, hey, y'all look with me. Before J, 1, 2, 3 bars. Weird spot, but start right there. And stay a little bit more present so we have somewhere to go. Try it. 3 before J. 4 and 3 before J. Yeah, weird spot, but that'll work. Ready, and go, and... Okay, good. Molto ritardando, but it doesn't throw on the brakes. Retardandos have to space themselves out, not just crash. Try it again. And actually, just go 2 before J. 2 before J with pickup. 2 before J, 2, ready, and go. It's the idea. Da, dee, da, dee, da, dee. We can't hear this. Da, dee, da, dee. It can't have that. I think he's even written it with a tenuto mark. And if not, that's what I'm thinking in my mind. Da, dee, da, dee. Where's it going?
The woodwind's down, but the woodwind's straight.
Yeah, just copy and paste that.
Yeah, flutes, oboe, clarinet,
Da, dee.
eighth note, half note. Da, 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 da. It should be tenuto, tenuto.
Can we go everybody 2 before J and keep going? And hey, y'all, J has to be 50% of the volume you just played, unless you're the solo voices. Stay where you are. Even percussion, can we be a little bit, let's try a slower speed, more sparkle, less like in your face. Save the tempered steel for tempered steel. Yeah.
2 before J, with pickup, legato, and 3, and...
I'll actually play out a little. Do you hear a difference from the ensemble? Yes, have some of us maybe gone too far and we're not getting our best sound? Okay, so find the happy medium. Maybe we go slightly faster. Find that happy spot. I liked that that wasn't as overpowering from up here. It felt like it was a part of the ensemble blend. It provided this new color, which was really gorgeous. Clarinets, play at J. Everybody listen to this, clarinets at J. I know it's ridiculous, but play. And third measure J, thank you. And ready, go. Good. Why would he include that at the end of this piece? What is that symbolizing? Yeah, did you say it ain't over? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what else? It's the river. So that's why I said if we can have them as the dominant color for, or not dominant, but at least the most important secondary part from these solo lines, the melody, then that's the river. And then it gives y'all, this crew, a bass line to be able to do this. And we should always mirror our releases based on how a clarinetist can release, especially in low-range clarinet. That's cool stuff. Yeah, very nice. We can put some of that together. We can do whatevs. We have.
Would you want to try playing that solo? All right. Miss Houseman says it's cool, so that means it's cool. We've played this a grand total of 1 time, so
Yeah.
it'd be fun to try. Also, we had like a horrific crash and burn at E earlier. Why don't we start like pick up to the D, pick up to the D? Something really bad happened, but don't sweat it. It'll never happen.
Yo, this time is so valuable. Like, take all this and go make it even better and better and better when you go back to your next rehearsal.
Pick up to D. 1, 2, and 3.
Go, 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 go. give it up for your saxophone section. Yeah. Yeah! Stepping up to the plate. Other duties as assigned, right? Have you tried this standing up?
We haven't, but we're going.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. Hey, here's the thing for all of y'all.
You also have the score, right? Still have it,
Oh, nice.
so they can see each other's parts.
Yay. Yeah, that's genius. Yeah, anytime you're playing, especially something like this, if you're playing it like this, dee da dee ta ta dee da dee, you're missing the chance to actually tell what the music's about. They want to see that too. Like music is not, we're performing this for our collective getting better and playing as an ensemble, but you're also performing it for people. So sell it a little bit more in how you're moving. And please you don't have to go over the top. Every time I say that with middle school bands, then I always see this. It's the worst. So I go, okay, let's talk about music that's like, find someone in the room, and there are a couple of y'all doing this. Flute player right here. What's your name? Julie? Okay, awesome. So Julie, when you were starting to do checka, it was very natural. It looked organic is the word you're talking about, okay? That sort of thing, there's a little, too much. If your hair's flipping like that, too much. There's such an opportunity, and you're not gonna be doing this like, are they gonna play, are they gonna play? No, we're all gonna, we're gonna show it, okay? If you've played in chamber groups, if you've played a duet with a partner, like do all those and don't talk. 1, 2, ready, show each other. Like what does it look like to play with each other that time? Yeah.
So the first measure of the soli saxes is really out of time, right? So she or he will play like, but then I think we should come in with a little energy.
Mm-hmm.
Can we play that second measure of F? Ready? So Miss House will play B1, and then I'm gonna conduct it for now. Ready, go.
More.
Go.
Find the happy medium, and you got it. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So we'll kind of try to keep it a little energetic. And also, let's all stand. Let's try standing.
Yeah.
So what you should do is you should stand up about 2 or 3 before F. And then just play it like the way you play solis and jazz band. You've all been in jazz band for 3 to 5 years now, or longer. So you can stand up, you're just gonna move a little bit, that's all. I think you should stand 2 before F, because it's so slow.
What is alto 2? What is your name? Naomi, awesome. So hey, on that, dong da liam, even with conductor, I want you to just go up a little bit more, and you lead the charge. So alto 1 can do their thing, you can set the stage for what that's gonna be. Yeah, that's cool.
All right, everyone, let's start 3 before F. 3 before F. You know what, just stand up 1 measure before F saxes. Plenty of time. And 3 before F. Ready, go.
Go, and up!
That's the idea. Just be ready, be ready, be ready, and you guys are going to have to motivate us to want to play and get excited, okay?
Yeah. Hey, just so I highlight this, a couple of you, while the saxophones are playing, it's okay for like if they do something great, a little head nod. You made like the best, when I play in jazz bands, like that jazz band face, yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Travis is a sax player at heart. So
I
he's
see.
really
It was
wishing
good.
he was back there.
Yeah. If people see you enjoying it, then they're gonna enjoy it too, right? Like y'all can serve a role within that to really support them.
I'm sure if Ben Horn, who wrote this, was here, he would be happy to see people having fun playing the music.
Yeah.
And
Music is fun. Hey, saxophones. I would encourage you to almost memorize this. If y'all can memorize these 4 bars, which you can, because you've memorized an entire marching band show, if that's something you've done. So if you can memorize these 4 bars.
almost all of them have.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, you've memorized things before because I hear y'all playing random stuff that you went online and Googled and then you memorized it. So if y'all can memorize that, then you can look up more. Because right now, it's new to you. I totally get it. Right now, it's here. See if you can get out of the music. That'll make a big difference. Yeah. Hey, can we start there and just put some of this together? Because this is a perfect thing to end with.
Do you all want to play this later for like the show and tell time? Yeah. Sure. Okay. The understanding that it might be a little sketchy, but
Raw is the word.
Raw.
Not a bad thing.
raw. If we're gonna do that, can we play the beginning?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna stay out of the way. Let you.
Raw.
That's a different type of raw.
Not even medium rare. It was straight up. It was still moving.
Getting some. I like that analogy.
You two. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's so weird.
Okay. It doesn't feel, and I think it's because like what Dr. Morrison said, like there shouldn't be bar lines in this.
Yeah.
It should all just be like freely improvised. Like the two of you should decide like let's play this together now, but it's not like that. All right. Here's the beginning.
What is your name on trumpet? Kara? Awesome. Beautiful sound. It's probably written mezzo piano, is it?
Mezzo forte.
Mezzo forte? Why don't you lead that charge? So play about 25% stronger, mezzo forte plus, forte, and that will help. And even the two of y'all taking a breath before, and then you can unify it throughout. Yeah.
All right. Let's do it.
No, it's perfect. It's not you. That's an awesome, it's just your syncopation. And 4, and just got to tune in and make sure we're all doing that together.
One more time. With JD this time.
It's not Mr. Santinella's fault. Yeah. More of the left hand. Yeah. Yeah, it wants to sit sharp, right? Yeah, awesome. Yeah, nice job, lows. Yeah, nice flutes. Where's it going? big sound, and
I want to work on this part later, like next week, so we can figure out. It's like really, it's like a trio of Justin, Lexi, and Kaylee, and then it's like the seconds and Felicity, and it's like the third clarinets and Alex, and it's like the bass clarinets and Brian. Like you guys are like an awesome clarinet horn team, which is like
yeah.
the most beautiful combination. But we don't really know that yet, I think. There's an eighth rest. At the end of the 5/4? Oh, before C? I would like us not to breathe. We just talked about that like in this session, so we haven't really had a chance to like do it. But I think it'd be cool if we didn't. Are we slowing down right before E? We'll do whatever I want, Travis. Slowing down before E? Preferably, well, like right before E, we might linger on the pickup to E. That's all. So you will just go dee da dee da da. All right. We'll just let that note bloom a little bit. It has a tenuto on it, so we're gonna like treasure that note a little bit and then go. Hey, let's thank Dr. Morrison.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
This is cool. I think this piece is exactly where it should be to have a concert in 10 days, right?
Yeah.
Our concert's 10 days away, so like we're in an awesome place. Do you have a moment to stretch and back?
Yeah, you absolutely do. You're back in at 10:45.
Yeah.
There should be some waters,
Hydrate, stretch.
maybe some snacks or something
Bathroom.
like that. Bathroom. Yeah. That's cool. There's one moment I can't remember where it is. That's what.
Man or bear, right? That's the question. Okay, what a first clinic. Boy, Dr. Morrison is phenomenal, and this band sounds unbelievable. I mean, yes, they're playing really well, but just the sound of the band. The tubas sound incredible. I'm a tuba player, so my ears go right there, but just like very, very, very impressed. And yeah, and Dr. Morrison was like doing a lot of nuanced stuff with them that they were not only jumping headfirst into and pulling off, but then you know, like retaining for the rest of the. I can't wait to see where this band ends up at the end of 2 more clinics. Speaking of which, the next one in just a few minutes is going to be with Dr. Julia Baumanis from Rutgers University. She is going to be working with them from 10:45 until noon, at which point we're going to take a 1-hour break. And then the band director roundtable will be after that with all 3 of the high school band directors from the groups that are here today, plus the 3 Westchester University band directors, plus Dr. Baumanis. So the 7 of them will be talking about all things band and music education and conducting and things along those lines. During that time, I will actually be working with all 3 of the high school bands together in a clinic. And then we will have one more session from 2:15 to 3, which is going to feature Dr. Adam Gumbel working with the North Penn High School Band. And then the show and tell, as we call it, from 3:15 until 4, where each band is going to play something, you know, like so even a portion of a piece or a movement that they've been working on today. And that's going to conclude with the Westchester University Wind Ensemble under the direction of Dr. Andrew Jozwiak, and they will finish things off. So very quickly, wanted to thank a few sponsors here, the first of which is J.W. Pepper. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. We offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, our digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, we offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper guarantee, satisfaction guaranteed, or your money refunded. There have been a few people from J.W. Pepper, which is actually based right down the street here. So there's been a few people that have been coming through, and I was having a conversation that they actually have the first ever sousaphone to ever exist, which kind of blew my mind. From obviously John Philip Sousa, you probably could have figured out that he had something to do with the sousaphone. It'd be weird if the guy's name was Jones and he named it after someone else, but anyway. Wonderful company. Check out their website. They've been selling sheet music for 150 years as of this year. Also wanted to thank KHS America, which is the parent company of Jupiter Band Instruments and XO Professional Brass, who have made my appearance here possible in part through an educational grant from the KHS America Academic Alliance. I will be performing on my XO tuba for the kids in the clinic when I'm talking about growth mindset and lessons that you can take from the practice room and apply to the rest of life and career as a musician and things like that. And then also wanted to thank the National Band Association. We are grateful for our partnership with the National Band Association in producing this event. The NBA is an organization open to anyone and everyone interested in bands, regardless of the length of experience, type of position held, or the specific level at which one works. The membership roster includes professionals and students from every facet of the band world. National Band Association is today's professional organization for band directors, and it stands ready to serve all members of the association through a variety of projects and initiatives. In addition to supporting a national professional association for bands and band music, the benefits of membership in the National Band Association include a subscription to The Instrumentalist, official magazine for all individual, student, institutional, and corporate memberships, which is 5 issues a year. Subscription to the NBA Journal, 4 issues a year, 2 hard copies and 2 electronic copies. Almost all journals, especially the recent years, are available via PDF. Access to valuable resources including the selective music lists, which is concert band music and concert marches. access to mentors and mentor programs, and support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through our mentor projects. Any students listening should take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. And then obviously want to thank Westchester University Wells School of Music for hosting this event in conjunction with the National Band Association. I have heard the band has stopped warming up, so I think that we are going to head back into the hall now, where Dr. Julia Baumanis is about to work with the North Penn High School band.
Hey everyone, let's welcome our next musician, Dr. Baumanis from Rutgers University.
Hey.
You don't know where Rutgers is, it's kind of like 5 Nights Life Stadium up there. Beautiful industrial wonderland of northern New Jersey. So, thanks for working with us today.
Yeah, of course. How are you guys doing? Hey, my name's Dr. Baumanis. I'm Associate Director of Bands at Rutgers. It's about an hour and a half from here, but what I noticed is that the landscape is, like you said, industrial. You're from North Jersey.
I'm from the pretty part in the mountains.
Yeah, we're also from the pretty part. We bypass the industrial stuff. Yeah, yeah.
It's like right on the other side.
Where did you go to high school?
Vernon Township.
Vernon. Oh gosh, what's his name that's there? Probably not the person that was there.
No, I think it still is.
Is it?
Taylor?
No,
Don
it's something.
McGee?
No, it's something different.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Infinity. Have you met Kataj Copley?
We have not met him.
You know your band director has the score signed by Kataj Copley.
I do.
Pretty famous.
Super nice.
Yeah. And I told your band director, and I want you to hold him to it. Kataj is a good friend of mine. If you reach out, he'll come in and do like a Zoom rehearsal with you, and if it's within his ability, he's kind of busy right now. He just got engaged and all that kind of stuff, and married and all that good stuff. He'll come live, but he'll actually do a Zoom rehearsal, which is pretty sweet.
Nice.
All right. So whatever you think you guys need help on, whatever you want me to hear.
Yeah, I think we'll maybe just start at the top, and
'Kay.
whenever you want to stop, just like jump in.
Sounds good.
And you can raise it. I will definitely knock the score off of the. I'm too short.
long have you all worked on this? Like twice. Okay. So that's okay. First of all, I'm going to raise the stand because
Be my guest.
my dad was 6'4". I got his height.
My dad was 5.
My dad,
I think more like 5'3.5".
my dad was, anybody know where Latvia is? My dad's from Latvia. My mom's from the Philippines. So my dad was 6'4", my mom was 5'0", and I'm somewhere in between. Okay. For having this only for a couple times, you're all doing an excellent job, okay? What I'm going to talk to you about is, just like the director bands here talked to you about, a lot of the stuff that I'm going to say, a lot of stuff that Dr. Morrison and Dr. Gumbel are going to say, is stuff that you've probably already heard. Maybe I'm going to say it in a little different way so where it sticks, okay? And maybe I could talk to you about some stuff that I'm hearing. Clarinets. This is a marathon, right? I have a degree on clarinet, and when I look at what the clarinet players have to play in a lot of cottage Copley music, it's really repetitive, okay? So being able to have especially the first part where it goes above the break, okay, and having that lifted stuff that you have at the very beginning towards the end as well, that's going to be a little bit of a challenge, okay? Can we start please at 101, 101, okay? Excellent job. Who's doing the flute solo here? Excellent job. I think you could play a little bit louder within your capability, okay? Something that I like to think about dynamics. Do you all have writing utensils on your, okay. In the upper left-hand corner, this is something that I got from my mentor, Jim Croft. He talked about terrorist dynamics, not terrorist dynamics, but terrorist dynamics, okay? Meaning, like, not all fortes are created equal. Would you agree, yes or no? Yes. Okay, why? In what cases do fortes change? Yeah.
Because it's like relative to the loudest pitch in the song.
It's relative to the range, absolutely. Yeah, so if you're a soloist or a soli part, like you could truly play full within the dynamic level that's written, or maybe even above, okay? What about, talk to me about texture. If I said band texture, what does that mean? Do you know what that means? Yeah? Yeah, how they fit together. A lot of, when you talk to a composer about texture, they're talking a lot about like what colors and combinations they have. Cottage has a lot of moments where it's full texture, meaning everybody in the band is playing. Would you agree, yes or no? Yeah, okay, but there's some parts where it is thinner texture. 101 is one of those. So if you have the melody, bring it out, which would be the flute solo. If you don't, I would pare it back a little bit. Here's 101. 1, and 1, ready, and. Yeah, good. What's your name? Abbott? Emmett, thank you. I'm like half deaf from like drum corps years, okay? Emmett, solo, so put a plus sign over that, and then really crescendo to grow out of it for sure, okay? It's supposed to match the solo, which you have, and you're doing a great job. I like your volume, and also the bell player. You have the same part, okay? If you could make the phrase a little bit more, if I were to say horizontal versus vertical playing, have you heard those terms before? Okay, so good, talk to me about it. You have a really good band director. What does vertical mean? Vertical playing versus horizontal playing. Yeah, vertical alignment, yeah, certainly. Horizontal playing? Okay, I'll give you an example. If I came up here and I was like, hi, my name is Dr. Julia Baumanis, he'd be like, this lady's crazy, we should call somebody, right? Because that's vertical phrasing. Every note gets a space, and yes, it's aligned, but there's no continuity. Does that make sense? As opposed to, hey, I'm Julia, nice to meet you,
Nice to meet you.
right? Which has sort of a pace to it and a phrase to it, okay? I hear sometimes in music like this, which is really repetitive with like an ostinato, I hear sometimes band play very vertically. So if you're not careful, it could sound like instead of okay? And even you are picking up on that, and I see you responding in a physical way that's good, okay? So, yeah. Absolutely, absolutely, okay? So try to get into the horizontal phrasing. And he doesn't give you much information, which I like about the melodic stuff, because it's up to interpretation, which is cool. He's kind of giving you agency over that. But perhaps touch that beat a little bit harder there. Let's try it at 101 with some of that horizontal phrasing stuff. And 1, ready, and. There you go. Good. All right, Emmett, really big. And. Yes, good, good. Does it already feel different? Yeah, it sounds different from up here. Does it feel different to you, yes or no? Ish, okay. Yeah, okay, and as you like continue, it might get even better, okay? We're missing our first alto sax. I think you told me that, right? So the first alto would have this part with you as well. I want to be able to say to you that's too loud. Too loud, too much. Okay, so really play that. Okay, one more time, 101, we'll keep going. Percussion, especially if you have like sleigh bells, something that's going to keep the pulse, go ahead and play out a little bit. I stepped backwards. These will help with battery percussion like snare drum, bass drum, that kind of stuff, cymbals probably, but not so much on like the metallic stuff. So play out a little bit to keep the pulse. Here, and 1, ready, go. Talk about these little 4 chords. Can I hear bar 1, 3, 3 and hold out that chord, please? Bar 1, 3, 3, hold out that chord if you play. Ready? And. So if I were to say pyramid of sound, would you know what that is? What is that? You're doing great. I want one of your colleagues to answer. What's pyramid of sound? Yes. Absolutely, absolutely. So the low voices need to be more prominent as the foundation of our sound, middle voices, and then upper voices. Raise your hand if you think you play a middle-voiced instrument. This is always like a little point of contention. Horns, always, yes. Correct. Tenor sax is a true middle voice, okay? Sometimes euphonium, depending on the range, is a middle voice, okay? I would also argue sometimes alto sax if it's a lower. I would also argue second, third trumpet, middle voice, depending on the range. First trombone, depending on the range. You act as a middle voice as well, okay? So, and then we have our upper voices, right? Okay, bassoon, it depends. Sometimes you're also middle range, okay, depending on the range. But what's interesting about 133 is that there's not very many people playing. Can you see if you could find what the quote-unquote pyramid of sound would be for the contingency of the people at 133? Play if you have at 133 and figure out within that grouping if you serve as the middle voice. Here's 133, hold that chord out. Ready? And. Yeah, who is the middle voice? Yeah, who's the lowest voice there? Yeah, so you got to adjust your volume accordingly. Again, ready, and. Good. And what is that interval that you're playing? Is it a chord? It's an octave. Guess what's the hardest thing to tune? An octave, okay? And a way to shade that is to have the lowest version of that note to play loud and everybody will fit into that. Here's 133. We'll take it note by note, okay? We're going to start there. Here's your first note at 133. Ready, and. Next measure. Next measure. Next measure. And next measure. Yeah, so it's a weird scoring. It's sort of the middle range of everything, okay? And then you come in, yeah, flutes, you're also there at 133, which means you're really going to have to tuck that sound in, okay? And then all of a sudden, it's full band again. So here's 133, and I want you to think about every single measure, your role and responsibility might flip to where you serve in the pyramid of sound. Here's 133, as written. And 1, ready, go. Good. And before we get to the slowdown, okay? Jazz band. What's the jazz band situation at your school? I'm imagining very good.
Two jazz bands.
Yeah.
Every single kid here has been in jazz band at some point, almost.
That's
Even
awesome.
if you have been in a jazz band or are currently in one.
That's fantastic. So how I started, yeah, no jazz oboe, okay? How I started was jazz band. I had to be convinced to join band and then eventually orchestra, and then here I am, okay? If I said the name to you, Scotty Barnhart, would that mean anything to you? It's not basketball. It does sound like a basketball player. If I said the name to you, Count Basie. Scotty Barnhart is the leader of the Count Basie Orchestra right now. Scotty Barnhart was my jazz teacher. So he taught me this. It's not something that I invented, okay, but this is jazz terminology. If you know, if you read up on Kataj, he's also a jazz performance person first. Same thing with Kevin Day. They both started in the jazz idiom. So in my opinion, when I think about him and I think about jazz articulation, a lot of that should carry over to his pieces, okay? In the upper left-hand corner with that pencil that you got, draw this kind of accent. What word do you use or have you used to sound out that accent? Da, D-A-H, I like that one. Yep, Scotty also agrees. D-A-H, so go ahead and write this, the word da. Okay. This one's interesting and there's a lot of variations on it. This kind of accent. Ah, how would you spell that? Boom, that's exactly what I know. D-A-H-D, and I say it like dat. So it's a lot different than da. Da and dat. Say da with me 4 times. We're ready. Go. Da, da, da. Now say dat with me 4 times. We're ready. And dat, 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 dat. So you can see da has a hard front open end. Dat has a stop and a start points that are clear, and it's lifted in the middle, much like the rooftop accent shape. Does that make sense? Okay. If I were to say staccato, what word might you think? D-I-T, dit. Very good. I love that the same words are happening. Sometimes I go and they're like, I don't even know what this is called. I'm like, ah. Okay. D-I-T, dit, 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 dit. So it also has a clear front and end, but it's lifted in the middle, okay? And then what about tenuto? Okay, so I heard do. I was taught do, D-O-O, do, 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 do. Yeah. Yeah, okay? All that being said, can you think more about da? A lot of what he has written here articulation-wise is da. Sometimes he has the accent versus or with the tenuto, so that da, 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 da. So that would be a hard front, but a full-bodied note, okay? Can we start, please, at 1-3-3? And I want you to think about these accents. I'm hearing a tiny bit of different interpretations, okay? So if we solidify and we agree that it's da or whatever your band director wants it to be, just make sure it's the same. Here's 1-3-3. Think about unifying these sounds and these shapes. Da, and 1, ready, go. Controls the slowdown? Well, it's in collaboration with who's on the box, yes, but this person doesn't truly control it. We don't make sound. We're the only thing on stage that does not make sound. Isn't that nuts? And here we are in charge. Wild. I always think that philosophy is wild, okay? Yes, the percussion controls it. Which instrument? Not necessarily the bass drum in this case. Correct. You all back there, okay? So your crescendo, in my opinion, you're behind. Like if you look straight up, are those panels on top of you or they're kind of in front of you? Okay, so your sound is going straight up and not out like the rest of the percussion instruments. Might be that you want to move them up or simply just play louder in the crescendo because you control the slowdown, okay? Can we start at 1, 5, 3? And I'm going to collaborate with those two in the back. You all have to listen to their sound. Here's 1, 5, 3. Dee da, dee da, dee-ka, dee-ka-ka, ba, 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 ba. Like that. 153. 1, ready, go. Yeah, and there should be just a bar of silence there, cymbals. That's okay. So yes, and when I did this, you crescendoed. It was awesome. You have to crescendo to the end. I want you to sprint across the finish line again. 1, 5, 3, and 1, ready, go. And that's 1 off, okay? Does that make more sense? Yeah, and that might help. Did you all feel more confident in that retardando at that point? Because you have something to guide you, okay? I would, if I were you sitting in the wind section, I would write percussion. I would write the word percussion there, just so I can guide where my ears should be. You want to move it? We can move it now and test it out. Because that's going to impact the volume that we just did. While they're doing this, how many freshmen are on stage right now? 0. Really? Interesting. Sophomores? Cool. Juniors? Awesome. Seniors? Very nice. You have a good group. 10 through 12.
Yeah, we're weird.
It's not weird, it's just unique. That's how they used to do old school.
Yeah, we're still pretty old school. And it's a big school. We have 1,100 students per grade.
1,100 students per grade. Okay. Where I went to high school, it's this, your band director was asking me where I'm from, which is a loaded question. An Army brat. I told you where my parents are from. I was born overseas in Germany, moved around a ton. But I went to school in Florida, and it was this pilot school called Cypress Bay High School that was sponsored by Nike and Coca-Cola. I had 1,600 people in my senior graduating class. Wow. It was the largest high school in America when I graduated. They figured it out and they said, that's a bad idea. But like the 9th graders were on like a separate campus, like an annex campus. So if you were in band as a 9th grader, you had to be like shuttled over in between classes, which was nuts.
Hey, I have a strange feeling that, was someone else here born in Germany? Mark.
Is Mark the saxophonist?
He's not here.
Oh, he's not here?
He is a saxophonist.
Oh.
He's in the marching band.
Maybe a Army brat.
Maybe.
Army or Air Force is over there.
Who else was born overseas though in our band too? Phoenix was born in Czechia. You're right.
Czechoslovakia. Czech Republic.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, she was born in the Slovakia part. Okay.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's where
that's
my
cool.
dad's from. Very cool. Sweet. All right, now that we got to know each other a little bit more, that's going to help. I want to test the volume now that you're moved underneath that panel. Can we start at 153 again, please? And 1, ready, and. The big glorious sound, and then we came in at 158 and went glorious. Can I hear the downbeat of 158? It's all of my upper and middle brass. Ready, and Yeah, and sorry, also my clarinets and saxophones. Okay, blend into the sound. Understand that it is still a pyramid. Ready? And. Just my horn section. Ready? And. Yeah, so you know what waves mean, right? Yeah, so what's interesting is if the waves are getting really, really fast, that means you just got to go a little bit more in that direction, and then they'll level out. Okay, try again. Ready, go. Better. Excellent ears. Excellent ears. Trumpets, let me hear it. Ready, go. One more time. Breathe together. Play together. Ready, and. So if you were to think about yourselves as a pyramid, who should play the loudest in the trumpet section? I think a little bit more volume to help out. Again. Ready, and. Yeah, just 1 and 2. Ready, go. There it is, together. Ready, and. Put it together with the horns. Excellent sound. You got good brass players. We got good everything in here. But I'm specifically impressed with the trumpets and the horns. Ready, and. Do you know the piano trick?
Oh, yeah, with the pedal.
Have you done it for them?
No.
Oh, maestro.
You open it up.
Yeah, I closed it because I couldn't see the band. We'll open it back up. So if you want to hit that right pedal. Oh my gosh. There you go.
These are the things you do in the practice rooms here at Western University. Fun things like this. Like singing the piano.
Yeah. The piano will do something back to you if it likes how in tune and the release together. Here we are, trumpets, horns. Ready, and. I require $25 now. Okay, one more time. Hear it a little bit? Okay, and there's still the middle tones of that chord are not matching. You still hear the waves?
Both of y'all, what is D normally? Flat, sharp, good? It's flat.
And that, a similar note on the horn is actually a little bit sharp. So you gotta go whoop, right? Find each other in the middle, okay? So all that to say, the mechanism of the piano, it has a series of hammers which make the sound. It has a series of dampers which dampen the sound. With him putting his foot on the right pedal, it releases all dampening. So it allows the strings and the acoustics in the piano to sing back the chord that it's being played into, okay? If you do it right, the piano will sound really loud in the room. If it's not so loud, it's kind of quiet, that means you got to figure out some of the intonation stuff, okay? All that to say, what sound we leave with the big percussion section, you have to match that energy when you come back in at 158, okay? Let's try at 153, matching that energy that they leave us. Okay, 153, and 1, ready, go! Last chord, hold it out. It really likes that one. Pretty cool, right? Okay. So it's just a little science trick. You could put on your evaluation that you did cross-cultural and curriculum with the science department. Yes, and you get extra brownie points. Okay. All right, so we worked a ton at the end of the piece. I want to go to the beginning, okay? And then gotta always remind myself of how long these sessions are. I think at 12, okay. Let's go at the top. Remember that vertical versus horizontal? Here we are. Go ahead. Da, 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 da. Pop it a little bit more. There you go. And. Yeah. Careful of some of those partials, okay, and bum, 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 beep, ba, ba. Careful as you come down to get those accidentals, okay. Your band director was at the premiere of this piece, so was I, and the recording of the premiere is out there. What I like most about the recording is that they really take note of things that are crescendos over into a new phrase. So please look at 2 before 17. If you have a crescendo, make a bigger deal out of that. And then obviously have that good, softer dynamic level when you come in at 17, okay? I truly believe that music is a series of destination points and journeys to that destination point. This crescendo over into 17 is a really important journey to an arrival point at 17, okay? So make a bigger deal out of it. Otherwise, everything kind of falls like flat without energy. All right, beginning again. And apologies if I conduct this differently. You just follow him, okay? And 1, ready, and. A little bit more saxes, pop the accent. There you go. All right. Good, good. Kataj wrote this kind of earlier in his career. Another great piece for Kataj is, oh gosh, Iridesci. That, I think, addresses some of the scoring stuff that he doesn't like in this piece. Yeah, so I would do Iridesci next with him if you want to do another Kataj. What's interesting about 17 to 33 is that everybody, almost every single person is playing all the time. Some of you have rest at the beginning, but then you come in later. It's really thickly textured, okay? So that's where those terraced dynamics come in. If it's full band, not everybody needs to be playing fortissimo or mezzo forte. If you do not have the melody, can you write a negative sign next to your dynamic level? Okay. Let me hear no melody, but everybody else 17 at that new dynamic level. Your arrival point will be different volume-wise than what happens right after your arrival point. Here's 17 and 1, ready, go. Yeah. What kind of muting situation you got on that bass drum? Your arm. Do you usually do the towel thing with clips at home? Okay. If you could mute it a tiny bit more, just because you're under one of those panels, that would be great. Okay, again. And 1, ready, go. The dynamic level is beautiful and in control. The tempo and the spirit of it is excellent. When we talked about the articulation markings, okay, he has this written. I would add a staccato in there. I don't think they need to be so aggressive like this. I think they need to be more lifted, okay? So perhaps, just because it'll be not as loud if you do a staccato instead of a rooftop accent, that might help with the style. Bum, bum, think string bass, bum, 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 ba, ba. He's arranged this for orchestra, and he put that in the string bass parts and the cello parts pizzicato. And that's, I think, the sound that he's truly going for. Try it again. At like a lifted pizzicato. Just the accompaniment, people. And 1, ready, go. Yeah. Trombones only. And 1, ready, go. Yeah. Do you hear that there? It's almost like you go to the eye doctor and they say, this is better, or this is better, and you need to like get it in focus, like that kind of situation, okay? It's a tiny bit out of focus. Can I add percussion to trombones, okay? And try to make sure your rhythm is absolutely lining up, okay? Absolutely clarity lining up. And 1, 2, 3, 1, ready, go. Good. Where was the measure where we were unsuccessful? There was one measure. Which one? 22? Yeah, in that area, okay? Yeah, just be very careful about that. Do it again. And let's add, please, bass clarinet, bassoon, trumpets and horns, euphonium. Oh, not euphonium, I'm sorry, you have the melody, tuba, okay? So you're adding everybody on this rhythm at 17 plus percussion. And 1, ready, go. Yeah, good. So trumpets, you have like one measure that's different from the ostinato. And if you could phrase it like ba 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 da, that pickup should lead over the bar line. Ba 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 da. You see what I'm talking about? So go ahead and do like a little arrow to the right, just so that you have a tiny bit more horizontal phrasing to that. It's a very vertical part, but that will help it feel like it has some horizontal phrasing, okay? Now, can I have percussion you're still in and everybody else that didn't play in this time? This is a lot of the melodic information, okay? At 17. Percussion and all the other people who just didn't play. And 1, ready, go. Yeah. So if you have the try to make it really, really secco or dry, okay? Or whatever the rhythm is, okay? And I want you to think about going to the downbeats. The downbeats that are followed by an eighth rest. Do you see that? So if I were you, I'd take my pencil and write a little arrow that guides my eye and my energy over the bar line to where that eighth note followed by an eighth rest is. Otherwise, you're just like ma 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 forever, because that's what he technically wrote. It's okay. It is minimalist music. If you listen to like Philip Glass, if you listen to like Max Richter, if you listen to like, it is that. You can make a lot of money on minimalist playing because you have to be focused and find the horizontal in stuff that's so incredibly like vertical. Yeah, okay. Try again, same people, same place. Melody plus that continuous ostinato and percussion, 17. And 1, ready, go. Yeah, excellent job on that first trumpet part, okay? I think it says, I have the word with bravado on the score. Do you have that in your part as well? Bravado, not vibrato, but bravado. I think we could follow the curves of the melody a little bit more. Ba da da dee da da dee da 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 dee da dee da da dee da dee dee da da pa 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 pa. Like that. Make a little bit more waves to it. Everybody's in 17, okay? Full group 17. And 1, ready, go. Careful. Ba, ba, ba. Can I hear trumpet and flute and euphonium plus percussion? This is bar 26. Bar 26. Let's try it there. Watch your intonation here. And 1, ready, go. I apologize, I was not specific. First trumpet, first flute, euphonium, percussion, and we're actually going to start in bar 25. That is so small. I cannot see, okay? Bar 25, which is where that phrase starts, okay? First trumpet, first flute, euphonium, percussion, bar 25. And 1, ready, go. Yeah, can I hear 2 before 33? Same people, no percussion, but I want to hold out these notes. 2 before 33, here's your first note. Ready, and. Next note. Next note. There you go, same thing. Careful of that second note. Same thing, ready, and. Yeah, so unlike them who change the note, euphoniums, you stay on the same note. Okay, so don't let that trick you up. 17, full group, and we'll keep going. And I know you have to steal me. Okay, here, 17. You're doing great. And 1, ready, and. Ba, 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 ba. Pop that accent. Yes. I know I cut you off before the bum stuff, okay? I really liked that crescendo over into bar 49. That was a moment, very nice. Piccolo, flute, and oboe. When you have be-da-dee-da-dum, dee-da-dee-da-dum, pop that accent in the front of each of those measures a little bit more. It's the lowest note in each of the measures, so you got to pop it for it to be sounded out, and that's also going to help with the energy, and it's a nice checkpoint, okay? Let's test that, and then we'll take a little break, okay? Excellent work. Kept the whole thing together. Very nicely done. Can we start 8 before 49, also known as bar 41, bar 41. Bar 41. Pop this accent. Be-da-da-da-dum, be-da-da-da-dum. 1, ready, and. Pause right there. Can you show me how you're playing that tambourine? Yeah. To me, it's a little echoey, and I think we need a little bit more front of the note. So why don't you try this hand shape instead of this hand shape? Nope, on the head. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, lower your hand towards the rim a little bit. There you go. Now try it. Yeah, so you still get a little bit of the jingle, but now we hear a harder front to help the ensemble. It's better than I think, this technique, okay? Again, anything I say today, if we don't like it, you can change it. Do what your teachers say, but I think that might help, okay? Last time, 8 before 49, also known as 41. 1, ready, and. All right, so again, if this is a solo or a soli part, what does that mean for your dynamic level? Are you going to play it softer or louder? If it's a solo or a soli part, are you going to play that louder or softer? Louder. If you're the only one playing it, solo, if you're the only one, right? So it's a little bit strange. Woodwinds, you're the only ones that play. I would make sure that you meet the band where they left the energy. I would make that a true mezzo forte, okay? You don't have to play that soft there. You're the only things playing. The whole band did a crescendo over into that, okay? Okay. I have to do a podcast thing real quick, right? I don't even know what it is. It's cool, but I don't know what it's called. Interview. Is it on a podcast?
No, it's on the live stream.
Oh, it's like, dang. Is there a camera? Oh, hi.
Yeah. You've been on camera for 2 straight days.
Yikes. Well, sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna do and take a break, and when I come back, up to you if you want to keep detail work here or if you want to go to tempered steel. Yeah, okay, so we'll do a little break and I'll be right back, everybody. It's like, I forgot about this stuff. One of those is mine. Okay. Yeah. No, I was in drum corps.
In drum corps,
I was
okay.
in drum
What corps did you march?
Ugh, Orlando Magic. It doesn't exist anymore. I'm so old.
Your coat is untied. I need to
Sure.
put coffee down, so let's just do it.
I don't even know what's happening to my life right now. Oh, this thing, this fashion thing.
Nothing egregious, but I would assume that you would probably.
I have a shirt underneath, so I'm like, okay.
No.
But thank you.
If that wasn't the case, I would have figured out a way to teach you a lot faster.
Be like, throw a curtain over her. Quick, the children.
Okay, a lot just jumped out at me, but we'll only talk about one thing because of time, so you can get back in there.
Okay.
You were talking to them about the dut, right? And I just sang in 4 and it was in 3, but in terms of going for downbeats and things, and about how it's not written that way, but there's so much of music in an ensemble solo is playing the things that were in the composer's head that aren't actually on the page.
Yeah.
How do you empower young musicians to think about getting things to sound more natural even when it's
Yeah.
not all explicitly written?
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of the students that we teach in music are just so incredibly smart. So they will literally see something on the page and say, it specifically says for me to do this.
Right.
So I'm only going to do that.
Right.
There's so much that's lost in the symbolism of notation. Like you can't truly write something expressive with black and white symbols. You can
course.
only get kind of close with a combination of words and a combination of articulation markings. So a lot of times it's just giving them the choice. What sounds better and what feels better? I talk a lot about vertical playing versus horizontal playing, and I use conversational speech as an example.
Yes.
So if I were to go up to somebody and say, hi, my name is
Right.
Dr. Julia Baumanis from, they'd think I'm weird because
Yes.
that's very vertical. You play everything you say and you enunciate every single thing. So a lot of times if we do exactly what the page says, it comes off as very dry, very vertical, no flow to it, no horizontal playing.
Right.
So then I say, okay, but we don't talk like that.
Right.
Hi, my name is Dr. Julia Baumanis. So we have to find that within specifically repetitive music. A lot of the piece that they're working on right now has this ostinato that's very repetitive, almost like minimalist music. But it's paired with a very beautiful, flowy lyrical line.
Right.
So the best guidance to say, how do you, what's your role in that situation? Are you just going to be taka 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 taka, or just a little bit? And they will choose the thing that feels more natural. They already know it inherently. They're like, that one's better. Maybe
Yes.
they can't explain why, but they're like, that one.
Yeah.
So I go about empowering students by giving them a choice. Which one do you like?
Right.
And I'll give you a couple examples. And
It's a
I say
great
that
framing.
one, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because a lot of times it's hard to talk about something with words that literally uses no words.
Right.
So the language barrier that's just inherent from sounds to speech, words that are forming, sometimes you have to be the connective tissue between both of them, and it might just be modeling options of what they want to choose.
The example I always use is that even 5-year-olds singing Happy Birthday in all 12 keys at once,
Yeah.
they all intuitively, they don't probably none of them know that it's in 3/4, and that
Right.
happy are both pickup notes, and then it's not even birthday is the downbeat, but just the syllable birth. And then they emphasize the second downbeat a little more than the first, and
Yeah.
then the third a little more, and so it's like all in here.
Yeah.
Then we get older and really good at doing this, and then we start doing very weird things.
I think sometimes we overthink it.
Yeah, for sure.
And composers have a really tough job of trying to get what's in here, and what's in here onto a black and white page.
Yeah, and if they put every piece of information, it would be paralyzing. It would be-
Overwhelming.
yeah, it would be
It's
impossible.
like trying to choose which pasta sauce you want in an aisle of 17 pasta sauces.
Right?
As
Yeah.
opposed to you get 2 options.
Yes. It's like ordering at the Cheesecake Factory. Yeah, it's like, do we really need a phone book? Yeah.
No, that's
Yeah.
it's like-
Yes. It's
Yeah.
like it's like that thick.
For a phone book, for those of you who don't know what a phone book is, there used to be this thing where you'd flip the page and find the thing that you need, and there's a number to call, and yes, you would dial.
Not that I'm old enough to remember that at all.
I
Yeah.
am.
Yeah.
I'm 61 years old.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you look good for 61.
Thank
so,
you.
yeah. Anyway, all right, let's get you back in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, great job.
Because really, you don't need to do this during this part. Eric Balls. Yeah, you show the how. Providing perfect time since 2008. Is that when you were born?
I had a challenge for you. You're still in Infinity.
Yeah.
Do it and conduct it without showing any beats.
Cool. We kind of just did that. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
I was bad. I did that.
I showed every beat because I'm like
So hard
sight
to
reading.
not do beats. 77 again. Everybody this time. Everybody play. Including Tom and all that. Ready? Go.
That's okay, and it's still organized. But it's great, and to his point, like you don't need this, right? You all have a really good intuition when it comes to internalizing the pulse. That's never the issue. Okay, some bands it is the issue. You do not have that at all. Further challenge. You ready for it?
Yeah.
Put the baton down,
Okay.
and just show how they get there, and what shape you want when they arrive.
Okay. Same spot. 72.
Yeah. It changes the sound, yeah? And the vertical versus horizontal playing that we were talking about with this guidance, lots of horizontal phrasing. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Cool. Great job. Thanks. Let's try separate seal.
Yeah,
What time does this session end? 12?
12. So you got about like 20 minutes on it. So whatever you need, whatever you want my help with. I didn't realize I was on camera this whole time. Yikes.
Oh, really?
I forget about it. It's okay. I think we said good things. I think we said good things.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Kind of similar to the other piece in a lot of ways. Hopefully not too similar for sure. There's a lot of kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Did you? No. Oh, cool. That's fine. Hold on. No worries. I thought I doubled you guys on everything, but maybe not this one. We can also move things around however we want, which you're doing, it looks like. Is Lillian happy? What do you play, Xylo and bells? Just Xylo? Sweet. All right, let's do it. I'd like to start it by just going in. Okay.
You were going to kill that solo too. Good job.
She was.
Okay.
I was just thinking about all the same things we just talked about. Like, there's no direction on these at all.
Yeah.
It's just crank.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crank.
Yeah, it's actually, there's, to your point, there's like a lot of similarities that we talked about in here. Yeah, no, but that's good. That means like you could, to me, when there's good musical concepts that fit multiple pieces, it means it's good music.
Okay.
Okay, so you're programming, awesome. Okay. All right, so I was just talking to your band director. What is your last name? I'm sorry.
Santinello.
Santinello.
They just call me Santa, so if you want to use that.
Santa. I know him. Santa. Okay. I was talking to Mr. Santa here, and what we saw is a lot of the stuff that we talked about in the Copley can apply here because this has a lot of repetitive ostinato stuff. Would you agree? Yeah, okay. So if we were to talk about, let's just look at like, I don't know, 80. We'll just look at there. Some of you have the dika-da, daka-da, dika-da, daka-da, di. What would you do in terms of note length? Do you think it should be longer? Do you think it should be shorter? Because from my ears, depending on what instrument you're playing, some of you are playing it long, some of you are playing it short. And whatever we decide just has to be unified. What do you think? How many, like, what do you think? Should it be da-ga-da, or da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da? How many of you like the second one? Okay, how many of you like the first one? I can actually see an argument for both, okay? The issue with the first one is if we're not careful, when you play longer music, the tempo tends to slow down. That's all bands do that. It's not just you, it's just everybody. Did you feel the tempo sort of downshift from where we started? Yes. Okay, so you have to be careful with that. You have to make sure that longer note does not equal slower tempo, okay? But what I also want to protect is a lot of these hits. So for example, please look at 72. How many of you have just like one note on the downbeat and that's it at 72? Yeah, so that's like a chord. If you play them too short, you only hear a noise and not a chord. Okay? So can we just do a little bit of chord work? This is going to be very strange. We're going to play it like a chorale. And I don't want the saxophone section or the first trumpet or the marimba part just yet. Okay, everybody else here's 72, and we're going to play it slow like a chorale. Bomb, 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 like that. And ready, go. Yeah, so hold out that first note at 72. Ready, and. Now play it. Bomb. Ready, go. Okay, good. Now play your first note in bar 74. Ready, and. There you go, first clarinet. Next note. Yeah, and these are strange to hold out really up there, okay? And I sat in your chair and handled the stratosphere notes, and you're doing an excellent job, okay? All right, now, if you could play it as written, but with a little bit of length so that you could hear the chord as opposed to just the noise of a big downbeat, okay? Here's 72 those people in time. Make it sound like a chord. And ready, go. Yeah, good. And that should give you more harmonic information as opposed to just gestural information, okay? You want to put it together? Here's 72, full group.
Hey, upper woodwinds at 79. It sounded like you were going right to left on the page instead of left to right. It was like instead of right? Like there's a crescendo there, but also like don't decrescendo, right? Don't be afraid. It sounded like you're a little afraid of that.
Mm-hmm. Let's put it together. 72.
72?
Yeah.
So it's not this or this. It's that. Da, da, da. Cool. 72.
Yeah. Hey, good. So do you hear a difference in the chords? Do you all hear a difference in those hits? Okay. It now has more harmonic information. I agree with, I don't want to call you Santa.
It's fine.
I agree with your band director. I do hear a decrescendo. Okay. Can I hear, what is that, bass?
Bass clarinet.
Bass clarinet. They should put bass, clarinet. Jeez Louise, this is a new score. Second edition. I don't like that. Okay. Sorry, I have it like memorized the way it's like, you know, notated through. Okay, bass clarinet and alto saxes. Can we hear you, please? At yeah, all the saxophones at 72, please. Yeah, thank you. 1, 2, ready, and. Yeah. It already sounds like ba da 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 instead of dee ba 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 da ba ba da ba ba. That's more the energy for this piece, yeah, as opposed to laid back 6/4. Okay, 1, 2, ready, and. And yeah, it's because it's like the fingers are a situation. Let's play that measure slowly. Beat up, ba da ba. Ready, go. Yeah, dee da 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 da. Go. Good. Now play a big, big, big crescendo. Ready, and. There you go. There you go. Okay. Now put it back at 72. G da ba 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 ba. And ready, go. Yeah, okay. So that's the energy that gets you through that. And just so you know, nobody else in the ensemble has anything in that moment. So truly play that out. That's that solo soli version. I would put like a plus sign in that area, okay? You want to put it together, 72? And we'll keep going this time.
Lillian, friend, do you play the tambourine in this song? Like, did I assign you to play it, in other words, or did I just say only play this alto? I think there's tambourine in your part, and I think we should try to get you to start doing it because I don't
If
think
at all
there's any way-
possible. Where's your repeated
And
stuff?
if you're not comfortable with the tambourine,
Can you start it a little
said he
bit
would teach you.
softer and then grow? I know it's like up there. Okay. All right.
sorry, these are things I sometimes don't notice ever. So luckily we noticed it before the concert. There's a little tambourine solo in that measure. Same thing?
Yes.
Cool. Ready, 72.
Chord, chord, chord. And pause. Yeah. I would pause there. Yeah, yeah. So this, what do we notice about notes that are repeated over and over and over in terms of length? Are we doing a good job of keeping them the same note length, or do they change as time goes on? Yeah, it's changing. Do you know which way? Is it getting shorter or longer as the time goes on? Longer, longer. Okay, anybody play sports? Okay, so like if you get fatigued, usually the technique goes down and things get slower and longer and heavier. Okay, that's what it usually sounds like for us as well. I'm looking going into 112. That's why I heard it the most.
Yeah, because that phrase is longer.
So
Like,
extended.
So much da 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 da. You think it's over, and there's 2 more measures
Yeah.
of it. Da 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 da.
What I respectfully disagree with the composer is that he has forte crescendo, then he has another forte crescendo, then he has, guess what, another forte crescendo. I would knock those all back to mezzo piano. Because it just starts too loud and it goes for much longer. I wanted to check what tempo suggestions they have here for us.
Huge range.
Yeah.
We've been aiming for 128.
Okay, let's see.
So we're a little under that, right?
Yeah, and I think going towards the tempo that you want a little faster will help with that fatigue. Okay, so you want to try again. Hey, when we were at 95, remember to protect those hits. Those are chords. Okay, you did a great job of that earlier at 72. Make sure you do the same thing at 95. So maybe up to you where you want, but maybe that faster tempo will help with that song.
Yeah. Let's do 72 again. Here you go.
That's okay. Yeah, I would do more. I would take away more sound there.
You know, so woodwinds, flute, clarinet, oboe, xylo, crotale, pretty much from 103 to 112, every time you see a forte, you could change it to a mezzo piano and like end forte.
Mm-hmm. The one that's most egregious is the one that starts 4 before 112 with the pickup. If you enter there with the I would start super soft
I mean,
there.
goodness, clarinet 3, you have to play 6 measures of it.
I know, poor
So
clarinet.
if you start forte, it's just like pretty.
I want to try something. So I have 3 minutes left with you guys.
We
This-
hit that tempo, but it was like 16 measures in.
Yeah.
Am I blaming the low reeds? A little bit.
Wow.
I also am very appreciative of the fact that you can play this because it's kind of hard,
Yeah.
especially tenor. It's so low.
Could you try, just as an experiment, okay, bar 95, Play everything a lot more, a lot lifted and a lot shorter, please. Here's 95, everything shorter. And ready, go. Yeah. Okay, how did that feel? Okay, did it feel different, yes or no? Okay, how so? Because this is where I see if we can actually, like, I want to know what you hear. How did it feel different? Yeah? More relaxed. Interesting, good. Okay, it felt more relaxed on your horn, good. What else? Yes?
It kind of felt like more precise, like our attacks and releases were like more together because we were focusing on keeping the notes shorter.
Okay, so more precision, more clarity. Yep. More energy, more focus. Okay. I think if you want to hit the 128 tempo, okay, which is what you're working towards, I would shorten up everything. Okay. If you go da 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 da, that is like on the back end of the beat, and shorter notes will push it forward a little bit more and keep that tempo that you want. Okay. Did you learn something today? Yeah. All right. Good. Retain it. I want to commend you. I don't know your program. I'm not familiar with bands in this area. I'm not even from New Jersey. I've only lived there for 5 years, okay? But when I think about the awesome groups that I've worked with, yours is definitely going to stick out as one of the most talented, okay? Your director has programmed very, very excellent variety of music, excellent variety of composers, okay? And great difference of styles. And that doesn't happen very often, okay? I know you've probably heard this, but please make sure that you understand you got to say thank you to the person that's leading you, because the fact that he's bringing you here and consistently brings you to these kinds of things is a big deal. Not all band directors do that, okay? So can you say thank you? Thank you. Yeah.
And let's thank Dr. Balmanis
Yeah.
for being awesome.
Thanks. If you have any questions, I'm around all day. I'm excited to hear your performance. Which one are you doing tonight?
I think we'll probably play Infinity and Deep River. I don't know. We can play this, but we don't have a first trombone, so there's going to be like a 16 measure silence in the middle. But I mean, let's vibe it out later. True. It's going to be really extra raw.
That's fair.
Maybe we'll play Ghost Train.
Woo! I love Ghost Train. Good rep. All right, nice to meet you guys. Good job.
Thank you. Hey, do you know Cassidy O'Donnell?
Cassidy is in my grad program.
Awesome.
Yeah, is she one of
student.
what?
She's
She's
actually like
amazing.
she's like my star. When I taught middle school back in the day, she was in 6th grade, and she was in my general music class playing a recorder. And I said, and she was awesome. Like she sat there, and she's at the recorder, and I was like, dude, why aren't you in band? And she's like, well, I used to be in band, but like my elementary teacher scared me, and like I used to cry all the time. And I was like,
She's
what
such a
did you play?
badass.
I know. I go, what did you play? She's like, clarinet. And I was like, do you still have a clarinet? She's like, yes. I'm like, bring the clarinet here, and I want you to play a clarinet. And so I was like, dude, you're still good.
Cool. Just back from our lunch break, and I think all our students are inside the theater with Andrew Hitz, getting a little bit of some inspiration about performance and performance habits, and he's going to play for them, and always a great show. So I don't know if we could switch over there at some point for them, Rocco, but we should probably bring in a little bit of that at some point too. But yeah, we just got to talk a little bit over our meal, and had a couple talking points that always seem to arise pretty naturally just in conversation. And we're going to take a little bit of an opportunity to just talk through some things and see if we could come up with some ideas for how we can work on some of the things that are going on in our schools. But before we do that, let's just take a second and introduce everybody so we know who we're talking to. I'm Andrew Jozwiak, Director of Bands here at Westchester University.
I'm Dr. Adam Gumbel. I'm the Director of Athletic Bands at Westchester University and Professor of Music Education.
I'm Joe Santinello, and I'm the band director at North Penn High School in Lansdale, Pennsylvania.
Dr. Julia Baumanis. I'm the Associate Director of University Bands at Rutgers University.
My name is Erica Westcott. I'm the band director at Hatboro Horsham High School.
My name is Dr. Hannah Morrison, Associate Director here at Westchester University.
And I'm Stephen Angelovich, the Director of Bands at Caravel Academy down in Bear, Delaware.
Nice. Okay, so we have 3 different bands from yesterday. And one of the things we discovered in talking over lunch is that none of the groups who are here today meet as a full ensemble during the school day. And that for those of you who may be jumping on the stream and for who are outside of this region, one thing I'd offer is that is not something that is particularly unique to the way scheduling goes on in this area. And we were talking about just what your situation is and some things that we might be able to do to help create a situation that affords students that full ensemble experience. So I don't know, Joe, why don't you describe the situation that you have with your symphonic band?
Yeah, well, we have 3 concert bands at our school, and we are rocking the same schedule that we had in 1972. And it's actually has a lot of positives and negatives. One thing is that everybody at North Penn that wants to take band, we can usually find them a place to play their instruments during the school day. So that's good. Our concert band only meets once every 3 days. They get to meet all together, but very infrequently. The wind ensemble meets every day, but not with everyone every day. There's once every 3 days we have everyone. And symphonic band is split into 2 different periods, and they have all kinds of different iterations of who's there when. So it's pretty segmented, but we are able to get everybody involved, which is good. And I think it just kind of highlights the value of a day like this, especially for the wind ensemble, to be able to come here and just all be together and focus on making music together without the clock ticking and without wondering like, oh, well, we have a solo here, but that person's only here on B days. So we'll just imagine what that sounds like. So it's, coming here and doing a day like this, let alone having the awesome clinicians that we have here, but just the ability to be together and to be kind of free from the constraints of time for a little bit is pretty valuable.
Yeah, and I'm in a similar boat to Joe as well, where although our school does an A-B schedule, so one day is a red day, the other day is a black day, and our concert bands will meet once every red day, so every other day, and there are 2 split periods of our concert band. So I have like period 1 and period 4 on this red day. Our challenge this year has been, because this is the first year that this has been like this since I've been there, and a larger challenge is that it's not split by instrument. So I have a somewhat random pool of students in each period. So kind of echoing what Joe said, they don't get to hear a lot of, the oboe solo. Period 1 students don't get to hear our oboist who's in 4th period only. So, yeah, so we get every other day and split classes, and the day before the concert is the one time that we usually will get together as a big group. So again, having this additional opportunity to, excluding the kids who were not able to join us today, a lot of these students are only seeing each other for the first time, which is really valuable for them, and they get to see their friends, and it's a culture thing as well as a musical thing too, I think, yeah.
I have to share some of the similar experiences, just getting to see all of our students be able to work together is something that I don't get to see. We have pretty much a club band. It's at the end of the day when all the other clubs are meeting, so it's the students that are really invested in band that come down. But then again, we have a whole bunch of ensembles that also meet during that period. So not only am I working with the middle school director that's in the same room as me, we have to figure out how to coordinate 4th grade through 12th grade band in that room as a functional ensemble, as well as choir too. So we'll have choir on Tuesday and Thursday with band. So it'll be the same students will either go to choir on one day or band the other day. So I never really know who's going to be on the ensemble that day, but it's always a great time to see everyone together and understanding how the music is supposed to sound when we're all playing just as an ensemble, as a full group, and the importance of it as well, just getting those students all together and creating music at the same time.
Yeah, it was a new experience for me to learn of this when I moved to this area. All of the schools where I started my teaching career, like the whole county, basically had the same kind of setup. If you met with band, it didn't matter what band it was, you were meeting as an ensemble, and able to work through all of the kind of processes and concepts that we're talking about today, every day, that you saw your kid. So I don't know if any of the other clinicians may have some experiences or thoughts that they could offer, because it's a different experience, right? And it's not that you can't get teaching done, but it's not band. It's band adjacent. So.
Yeah, so it's challenges hide opportunities, and if we're not going to see the full large ensemble, what are the opportunities that we have in the smaller group? Just looking at it through that lens. I always enjoyed seeing smaller groups because I enjoyed the independence that was necessary for, it's like having chamber ensembles in your school. They not to say there's nowhere to hide, but their skills are going to develop at a more rapid rate if they are put in a position where they feel as though their part is more important in that environment. So that's a positive. And are there opportunities if you see, I don't know, it sounds like it's almost like you got 4 bands. If it's like an every other day thing and I split the periods and I have these 4 ensembles, all right, well, what are the opportunities? Are there opportunities to program something so that not every piece we're programming is for the large ensemble? Are there pieces that I can find, repertoire that I can find, that's going to fit the instrumentation and the ability level of these people in this room, and then have a handful of other pieces where when I combine the full ensemble that we're going to be able to tackle as a group? I think about it a little bit from that standpoint. So it's not every experience we're having is the full, like a puzzle where we're missing a bunch of the pieces, but do we have puzzles that have fewer pieces maybe, or different puzzles that are put together using the instrumentation that we have? Because at the end of the day, what we're trying to teach is ensemble music, and if you have more than one person, you've got an ensemble. So can we develop those skills in a slightly different context at a more rapid rate, rather than trying to stretch the large ensemble concept over a group of smaller ensembles? I'm not sure what I'm offering with that, but just maybe some perspective on how to potentially view it as an opportunity or as a positive you know, as opposed to like, oh, I never get to see my group all the time. And then when do you actually get to see your group all the time? Well, hey, come here, come and hang out with us for a few hours. You get 10 times the, you know, you just had 10 rehearsals in one day. If you're used to, you know, you only see them once every three school days for whatever amount of time as a full group. Well, today you got 10 rehearsals in one, which is great. And then how do you bake in other opportunities? Do you have extra curricular opportunities, you know, where you get together outside of the school day? You know, I'm not sure. I'd be curious to know everybody's, like, know your circumstances and how you put that together. It reminds me when I taught elementary band, we didn't meet as a full ensemble. I taught elementary band for 4 years, and we only saw the group 3 times prior to the concert. There was no ensemble. But what we had was ensembles in our lesson groups. You know, we had 6 or 8 kids in every lesson group, so we had to learn ensemble skills in that zone. And then the idea, all right, we're going to copy and paste all these ideas when we get the full group together. And I'm going to program music commensurate with the temporal parameters that we have. We only have 3 rehearsals. Okay, well then I'm going to program music that we're going to be able to put together in 3 rehearsals.
I'll just quickly, you have made a lot of really good points there about like what can you do. It does provide some opportunities. One, I think it helps you build the depth of your program. Some kids that might be lost in a larger group now get a lot more attention and get the opportunity to grow and, you know, sort of be forced to be stronger players, but like in a safe place where they can grow a little bit. I think that's really great. You know, I have one class, my symphonic band split in 2. One has like 38 kids and one has like 16.
Right.
Well, the kids in the group of 16 are getting a lot better than the kids in the 38 because they have to. And I often ask the kids, like, what if this was our band? Right. Like, what if this group of 16 was all we had? We'd want to sound really good. So what do we need to do in order to do that? And like, if you teach listening, that's transferable, right? If you teach pulse control, that's transferable. Instead of maybe teaching the music, you're teaching concepts that you can just, all right, well, this puzzle piece is good and this puzzle piece is good. Let's put them together.
Right.
We only see the symphonic band only sees each other once before the concert.
That's great.
So
more trial by fire.
Yeah,
right?
it's fun.
So, and I bet they look forward to that.
They look for it, and I look for it. It's like my favorite.
It's like a cool thing.
We get to hear the symphonic band.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. It's like a sits probe, right? When you finally get to put them together. You know, it's interesting is we're talking about, you know, there's transferable musical skills, right, in the smaller chamber groups. I'll call them chamber groups, smaller ensembles. And then obviously the larger ones. I'm interested, I don't have an answer for it, but how you all feel about, you know, the social aspects of working with a large, let's say, symphonic band versus a smaller chamber group, because that is something that we always talk about is, yes, it's music first, but there are beautiful extra musical things that we get in an ensemble setting. I had to deal a little bit with the scheduling thing. I was a middle school orchestra director for a hot second, and it was the hardest thing I ever did and the most rewarding thing I ever did. But it was a lot of chamber ensembles because of the scheduling. And I remember thinking, you know, yeah, they're going to get a lot of individual lessons time. They're going to get a lot of, you know, individual, I can talk to them about technique, perhaps a little bit more specific way than if there's a full orchestra in front of me. But I had wondered about, man, are the kids that are in this class missing out because they don't have, it just so happens some of the younger kids were in the younger chamber groups versus the older kids who are in the, you know, other schedules during the day. So they missed that sort of generational, if you can call it that, as a 6th grader to an 8th grader guidance, that kind of thing. So I see it in 2 parts. I felt a lot of value about, in my concerts, I do like sort of a program showcase, which was every group had like a little chamber performance. And then we got to put them together at the end, but I noticed that the social things were different, for better, for worse. So I'm just interested on how you all are experiencing, you know, the social aspects and the community building in your programs, since they are split at sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. For me, it's really interesting because I mentioned I have like a little bit of a random split, but it just so happened that my first period has a lot of the upperclassmen and then like some sprinkled in underclassmen, and then my 4th period is mostly the 9th graders, so the newer members. and I just mentioned, now that you're bringing this up, it's something I've noticed where, the ninth graders who are in that first period with all the upperclassmen, it's really interesting, like the culture of the two different periods. And it's so, like, it's great, both periods are, but they are very, very different. And I do think the one thing that I miss about having the full ensemble all the time is like that trickle down where the upperclassmen can teach the ways. Because I don't have that many in that one period that's mostly the ninth graders.
And perhaps the people who are, in the decision-making positions about scheduling and all that kind of stuff, maybe they don't understand, music and music education, but we're all humans on this earth. So as a point of advocacy, that could be something that we bring up is like, listen, we have a unique opportunity like we do in our sports teams and we do in our clubs and we do in our ensembles to have this sort of cultural guidance amongst the people in the school.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about, I do have a wind ensemble class, but there's only about 5 or 6 kids in it. So you're talking about what to do with the class, since it's not a big band that could rehearse concert band pieces. So we started pulling out these just chamber group pieces, and then we were talking about events that are happening. And all the students were saying that the school really wanted the band to get more involved, and the band wanted to get more involved in the community and the school. So we basically made functioning chamber ensembles for different things that were happening. So we just had a National Honor Society induction, and we had a chamber group play for that. We just had our concert, and then in the lobby we had a different chamber ensemble play music as people were walking in or after, stuff like that. And the students love the functionality aspect of the ensemble because they're actually playing for something, whereas 5 or 6 kids in an ensemble, they don't get to do much on their own. So they have the rep, and they're just having fun and playing together. So I really value the chamber ensembles that we are able to make because we're such a small school, just in numbers with our ensemble groups too. So
it's a really cool opportunity. We talked yesterday in this session a lot about ownership and how student ownership drives learning. The one who does is the one who learns. So the more that they're doing, the more they will learn. So with those chamber, we had a chamber ensemble program that was running when I was teaching high school, and it was everyone's favorite thing that they were doing because they were selecting their repertoire. The group was the groups were kind of randomly put together by the schedule as well. They were meeting during a flex period, and it was like the older kids, we called the older kids the big dolphins, and the younger kids the little dolphins, who were swimming together or whatever, and it was this mentorship thing. It's like, all right, the big dolphins are gonna help guide the little dolphins, and then what I'm going to do is I'm not going to choose your repertoire, but what we'll do in the first meeting is guide you through what it's like to, or what some sort of framework through which you're going to select music to perform. And then what we'll do in another meeting, I'm not going to rehearse it with you. You are going to rehearse your own repertoire, which is obviously going to elevate their awareness of what it's like to be doing this. You're going to make your own musical decisions. I'm not going to make them for you. What I will do is help you select performance opportunities, and talk about what type of performance opportunities there are. I'm going to lead you to these. You're going to arrange your own performances, but here's when all the school board meetings are. I can reach out to the school board and see if they'd be willing to have students performing in the lobby before the school board meeting. Guess what? They're going to be willing to do that. It's really, really cool. And isn't that good advocacy for your program, right? Completely student-owned and operated. I'm going to come by, but I'm just going to hang out and listen. You guys you're gonna own this whole thing. And that's when I found my high school band really started to elevate the more that they owned in the process. Repertoire selection, rehearsal, musical choices, all of those things when you get together in the large ensemble, they're all going to help elevate everything that's going on, and they feel an immense amount of ownership in that. And so getting back to having it being period, like these students scheduled in this period, all right, cool. I love what was said about, like, hey, let's program music where this group can perform on their, like, if it's 16 kids or whatever, all right, great, that's a killer 16-member ensemble. Or maybe it's like, 4 quartets or something like that. And there's so much repertoire out there now too. There's so much flex. The way the flex instrumentation works now, like that wasn't really a thing when I was teaching public school group, and it's blossomed in a serious way now. So there's so much music out there to select from. I think about the opportunities for student ownership in a program like that, and what that could really do for kids. In addition to, it's a yes and. It's not replacing. I think that's what needs to be that's what needs to be drilled home with stakeholders making real decisions. Like, it can't replace what we're doing for the social emotional aspect. It can't replace the large ensemble tradition. This is a yes and opportunity. And I think you can have those conversations in a really effective way if you frame them in, this is what's best for student success, and we also need this other element.
Well, yes, and because that's what this conversation has been is so beautiful is, we're going to work with the schedule we've been handed and provide as many opportunities for the students to grow. Fantastic. But also what's beautiful about this weekend, as we highlighted, is how much we're getting to play with everybody. And that, to our point of what a full ensemble provides that nothing else can, is each and every member of that group of 50, 60 students matters. If everybody has discovered that this is e-natural, except for one euphonium player, I love you euphonium players, and they're still going here, you're going to hear that, even if 99% of the group has got it, right, that 1%. So just the reiteration that what we do is so beautiful because every child matters, and when we get to experience that all together, it's a completely different, worthwhile, lifelong adventure that you can only get in that full ensemble setting.
So if part of what you told us over the meal break was that you're working to try to create this full ensemble opportunity in your schools during the day, maybe in addition to some of the other things that you have in your program, what are the advocacy pieces that you have tapped or are wondering about, like what advocacy options are out there to try to move the needle toward being able to achieve a more of a full ensemble experience? I don't know. Want to start, Erica? Maybe not.
Give me some time.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Joe, you've been doing it for a little longer.
Sure.
I
I think advocacy needs to change over time, because I guess I've been teaching for 17 years now. So even in that time, there's been different waves and trends in education, and like society has changed a lot. So I'm always trying to think about like what do the parents of 2026 want for their kids? Is that the same as the 2016? Is it the same as 2006? And how can what we offer in the world of band meet that need? And I think that we can always meet the need because band does a lot of really good things for kids. But especially now in this kind of post-COVID era where I think there's a lot of emphasis on the social emotional health of students, and like there's no other place that does it as well as the band room. I think we're thinking a lot about creating a sense of belonging for students. And I don't know if society wants this, but I want this. I want us to be a little more selfless. I want us to be a little more empathetic. And I think large ensemble playing creates empathy in students, and I think it creates selflessness in students. It's not all about me. What we do in these large ensembles is about everyone and the value of everyone, and sometimes yielding to others and sometimes leading others. And so those are tools I guess I use when I am advocating for the program to say, the things that these students are learning in these classes is going to make them so much more successful outside of this room. And I think that's changed a little bit. I think we probably came up in an era where it was like, it'll make them better at their math tests. And it probably does, but I care less and less about that as time goes on, and I care more about like it will make them a functional human being in a society, which I think we need. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't think I don't know if people see that side of it. Like it seems like a very natural lesson that we've all learned. You know what I mean? The music making you a better person. But you know, if we're talking about advocacy, I kind of think a lot of people don't see it that way and maybe don't realize it that way, and that's you know, highlighting the lessons that they've learned here. I know my kids especially, it's not just a musical lesson. Like Dr. Gumbel, you were working a lot with them just being better humans and like applying all this stuff to their everyday lives. And you know, these are lessons that, you know, we have learned and our students will learn, but we also, you know, maybe need to show them to other adults who might not know.
I think it's developing a shared assumption of obvious with every student and every parent and every administrator and every person who's a member of your program. Treating it like a team, like a community. You know, everybody who has a stake in what's going on, and making it really obvious to everybody that everything you need to know about life you learn in band. And band, it's not about the I think I've said this in both clinics today, and I'm sure it's gonna come up in yours too, but like, it's not about the trombone, man. Like my kids are both, I have a 7th grader who plays trombone and a 5th grader who plays trumpet, and cool, they're doing fine, but like, it's not about the trumpet or the trombone. It's like about all the other stuff. And there's nothing that can happen in the band room that you can't tie into life. And when we're training music educators here at Westchester, we bludgeon them with this, like over and over and over and over and over again, right? It's life lessons through band. With the hope, like my goal with that is to say it so many times that it's actually this really funny thing happens. I say it a lot, and when they first start, they're like, oh, wow, that's cool. And then like they hear it so much, like, oh my God, they start rolling their eyes when they hear, yeah, excellence is in the details. Yeah, how we do small things, how we do all things. Yeah, being proactive, all that. And they're like, oh my God. And then when they get into like student teaching and like they get into the field experiences and student teaching, and they're like, oh my God, this is true. This is great. And they start to teach their students the same way, because like we want to build relevance. Right? Engagement is activity and relevance. How relevant is the bassoon? No offense, bassoonists. You're super relevant to me. But like in broader society, you know, like a parent's looking at this, like, why the heck, how relevant is it? You know, it's not about the bassoon, or it's not about the trombone, or whatever. It's like, you know, how does this make me better at literally everything? Because you have the bassoon in your hands when you learn to be proactive, right? How do I play in tune? Well, the only way I can possibly play in tune is to hear it before I play it. And the only way, and that's being proactive. And I can only play in tune if I know and understand my tendencies, right? I need to know my tendencies so I can grow my tendencies. And I can only balance with others if I'm selfless and not selfish. And I listen louder than I play, right? It's all those things. And if you're just like super overt with connecting those to the outside world, not just with the students, but with the parents and with the administrators, man, this isn't band class, this is life class, bruh. Like this is where you learn to be super good at stuff. And you're gonna be good at, you know, if you apply these things, you're gonna be a better student, you're gonna be a better athlete, you're gonna be a better friend, you're gonna be a better family member, a better parent. You know, you're just going to make the world a better place because you played the bassoon. You know, what the heck's that all about? You know, like, what is that thing? Most people don't even know what that is. But, like, you learn it through here, and it's the only place you learn that stuff. So that, to me, is the best advocacy tool. And being, like, that's why I am so overt with it, it's absurd. But, like, I start every clinic with that. I believe everything you need to know about life you learn in band, and for the next 70 minutes, we're going to do that together, right? And everything connects.
I just want to highlight one thing that I love that the three of y'all are doing, is the repertoire that you're choosing allows you to advocate for the things that we're discussing. Yeah. So it's diverse enough that you're not playing everything higher, faster, louder, all about me, all about everybody doing the same thing. You're choosing repertoire that has lyricism, it has empathy. I mean, we talked about that in the very first session. It has moments for some students to shine and moments for everybody to shine. So just remembering that, yeah, if we're going to advocate, let's start by that. What are we choosing? What curriculum are we choosing for our kids? Let's set ourselves up for success and for them to have a really beautiful time.
I think sometimes we just have to take a step back. I mean, there's so many extra stimuli in our lives now, and just like scrolling on your phone, it's just so much that taking the time and if you think about your program, these kids have been in the program for quite a while, if we're high school directors, and they've stuck with it and have grown and have just, they practice and they play, and then they come to ensemble rehearsals, and I think it's important to just take a step back and take things slow and emphasize nice lyrical moments and important phrases that we share together, and just embracing playing in harmony together. It's just something special that they don't get each day. I mean, if you're in a math class, you're focusing on work just on your own, doing individual things, and not focusing on other people and interacting. And that's just, it comes naturally in band. It's just what you do.
So with some of the atypical ensemble settings that you have, how does that influence your programming and the music you're choosing and like that kind of selection process? What are things you're thinking about as you're reviewing music for your ensembles?
I like to do a little bit of both. I know that they're good players and they can achieve it if we put it in front of them. And so it's just getting there and making sure that they have the necessary tools before we start, or we are getting to that goal so that they're set up for success and not, here's a piece, good luck, go play it.
I think I'm definitely considering how much time we're going to be able to spend together on the music, and I want to make sure that they're able to focus outward. So if the music, because of the infrequency that we meet or whatever other challenges we have, if the music is so challenging that they are only going to be able to focus on themselves and they're hanging on for dear life, and or focusing so much on the technical aspect of playing that they don't get to listen louder than they play, and they're only inwardly focused, then I think that's not good. So I'm definitely trying to choose repertoire that's going to allow them to, do all the things that we're talking about. So often that means we, might go a grade level lower than what each individual person could handle, because it's not about the individual person. I mean, we have other outlets for that too. My kids are auditioning for district band, and they're taking their private lessons, and they're doing those kinds of things. But when they're in the ensemble, I want them to be able to focus on the team. So.
Yeah, and kind of the same, I usually try to pick things that will make the group sound really, full and to their fullest potential. And, I know that I have some very advanced students in there, and I also know that not everybody is the same. So trying to find things that will give the majority of the kids a challenge, but it has to be achievable, I think, too, at the same time. And the tricky thing is then putting it together, that one rehearsal before the concert. So that's why, I'm saying, it has to be for us achievable in a way that didn't, it was different last year because I had all my kids all the same time. And so this year figuring that out has been a little trickier, and we're definitely doing some different things that are not as outwardly challenging as I think we did last year. And it's so funny because one of the pieces we're doing is, Rippling Watercolors is very ballady, and you give it out and the kids look at it and they're like, oh God. So, it's all half notes, but then to what you're saying, it's like, but we're gonna sound really, we're gonna learn how to sound really good on things like this, and picking things that are gonna teach them concepts and not just the music, if that makes sense, and just overall general concepts that they can apply elsewhere.
I think what's cool about this weekend, and there's a lot of things that are confusing and tough right now in society, but I look at band and I look at this weekend, I'm like, there's hope. There's hope. I think I said that in your clinic. I was like, there's hope. It's great, because what's interesting is now on the flip side, I teach at the collegiate level now, and where the generation where I was brought up was like, you got to play the hardest. And if you play the hardest music, you're the best band. And if you're the best band, then you win. Like that was the culture that I was personally raised in music. And what's really cool to see is that that is not the case that I'm seeing more and more. It's something that, yeah, I was brought up in, and I see the pros and cons to a lot of that competition type spirit of things, but I also see that it's incredibly exclusionary, depending on what kind of resources you have. So if we're truly gonna do this thing and make music for all, then we truly have to look about, okay, like in any circumstance, how can we offer what we believe to be true? And that is the life lessons learned through music education, all that kind of stuff. And what's cool is that at my band, yeah, they want to play like the hard stuff, but then I'll throw something at them, and we don't really talk about grade levels at that point, but I throw something at them that is perhaps a grade level lower or even 2 than what you would assume a collegiate ensemble should be doing. And they love playing it. They love it. It becomes their favorite thing because they can just kind of do what they love to do without having to do like mathematical backflips on how the heck am I going to get that stratosphere note out in time, tune, tone, all that kind of stuff on my E-flat clarinet. Like they can kind of sit back and just, and we started calling it the heart songs. Like that piece is a heart song. Like it just makes your heart go, yes, I love it. Let's just do it. And that's a Rick Clary thing. He used to open up our rehearsals at FSU with Rosa Medra. And it was just, it's a lyrical piece. It's something to open up, and it's just sort of like a sound check, sort of like a warm up, but he often talked about the beauty and the artistry about a simple line. And if you want to do a transfer and talk, kind of like put all these concepts together, is like the advocacy for great scheduling so that we can afford great opportunities, both small and large, to our students, because we believe in how much it can enhance the quality of a life for a human being, a young human being. That's it. That is the one simple line for all of this. And you can do it through programming, you do it through scheduling, you can do it through the concepts that you teach, you can do it through teaching your music educators to be better, take music education, take it better than you found it, and run with it. It all comes down to that bottom line. And why I think there's so much hope, and it's been like on high alert for me in this space and this weekend, is that I see it in the band students that are coming to this event. And I'm like, correct, yes, future educators of America, yes, great, amazing. And it's for me personally, the glimmer of hope has been more than just a glimmer in your programs. It has been really, really nice as we're going through a lot of weird stuff right now. So good job, everybody.
Yeah, we've been remarkably fortunate for the ensembles we have had with us this weekend, because, man, you walk into any one of these clinics and it's just like 50 eyes staring back at you and like feeding on your every word. So there must be some really incredible words coming out of y'all.
We're not a cell phone. We're not a cell phone.
It's a real life human being.
All right, well, hey, we said this yesterday, but for whatever challenges and struggles you're experiencing now in your program, you're doing some really incredible work connecting with the students and connecting with the people and offering them great opportunities to just be able to expand their knowledge base and be able to connect with some other humans, outside of your program. We're really glad you're here. Cool. Yep. All right. I think we're going to finish up now and probably take a little break before we get everybody involved. And Rocco, I don't know if you could give the people on the stream a little bit of a little introduction to what Andrew does inside. But thank you all for joining us.
Not yet. I got 10 minutes more to somebody just woke up the person next to me.
Legitimately, that was hilarious. Yeah, just grabbed the elbow. It's like, and I was like, yeah, fine. It's like, yeah. Nobody's paying attention to him. He's sad. Wake up. Yeah. I think this guy's cracking. You don't want to miss this. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Everybody's trying to figure out who it was. Yeah. All right. So, has anybody ever wanted to learn how, or has anybody ever wanted to improvise but has never known how to start? Anybody? Yeah, we got a few hands going. Yeah. Improvising is this. Well, I'll tell you a story about the first time that I ever improvised. Okay, I was in middle school, and I played in middle school jazz band. I played the bass trombone part just down an octave, and so I learned how to read down an octave. By the way, when I first started reading down an octave, it was a disaster. I was terrible at it. I did it poorly, and then I did a little less poorly, and then all of a sudden one day, and not all of a sudden, but it just like I could do it, right? So my band director told me, I was like first chair in districts in 7th grade. I was first chair in All-State in 9th grade. I was really good right away, but my band director was really good, and he knew that I needed to be challenged. So he told me that he was gonna have me play a solo in jazz band, and I was like absolutely terrified. Like I was kind of a stereotypical middle school kid. I was like terrified of everything, unless I had this in my lap, and then I was basically fearless. And suddenly he's taking that away from me, and I was like, not cool, man, like not cool. So I'm hoping that, because he's an adult, adults will tell you have to do something, then they forget a lot, right? So if you just kind of like ride it out, like you don't have to do it, right? That was my plan. I was like feeling pretty good about that plan until jazz band. I was like, I was like, oh crap. So here we go, right? So we are playing A Night in Tunisia, and I remember this like it was yesterday. Chris Brownlee, who was this kid on tenor sax who sounded like an 8th grade version of John Coltrane every day, played a solo and was amazing, always amazing. And then Brendan Collins, who was the trumpet player. I wasn't even like particularly friends with these kids, but I remember this so vividly. Brendan Collins, we were friendly, but I'm just, it's not like we're still in touch. Brendan Collins then plays trumpet. He didn't like sound as good as Chris Brownlee because nobody did, but he sounded like good. And then he called on me, and I was absolutely, it was like fight or flight. I just froze. And I'm just kind of like smiling, and he points at me, and I don't do anything. And the rhythm section is just going at this point, right? So there's just no one soloing. And he then points at me again, and I shake my head no. A couple of my buddies kind of start laughing, not in a mean way, but just kind of like because I'm like fearless band guy, and like all of a sudden I'm like the most terrified person they've ever seen in band, which is like, again, in a loving way, they're smiling at me like, oh God, he's cracking, like you all were like 4 minutes ago. And so then he points at me again, and I'm like, okay, for the first time ever, I'm gonna get in trouble in band, so I get thrown out, so I don't have to do this. This is like, I feel cornered. So I'm gonna play Mary Had a Little Lamb in the key of, I think A Night in Tunisia, the arrangement was in F, so I'm gonna play A Night in Tunisia in the key of F, or I'm gonna play Mary Had a Little Lamb over and then he's gonna yell at me, and he's gonna tell me to leave, and then I don't have to solo, and then I'm fine, right? I love this man, he's amazing, but like, I just can't do this, right? So I start playing, and also 7th grader, it's not unimpressive that I could like play Mary Had a Little Lamb on the fly in the key of the piece, right? So like, again, there's talent there. I'm terrified. I start playing it and a couple of kids laugh, and the band director says good, and I'm sitting back there going like, you're like the band director, and I'm like 12, but how is Mary Had a Little Lamb over A Night in Tunisia? Like, how is this good? And then he said, he was like, change one rhythm. So I was like, and then he said, okay, now take one note away. So I was like, and then he said, now change another rhythm. So I was like, something like that, whatever. It probably didn't actually even swing that hard, which I'm not saying. Did you hear how swung that was? But like that day was not like that. But the point was that, and there are lots of ways to improvise even within the structures of jazz, but a way that everybody learns at first is you like take a melody, which is called the head of a piece, and then you kind of like take it and kind of mess with it a little bit and then see where it goes. It's a great starting point. So I was inadvertently doing that. Anyway, long story short is that he like kind of talked me through this, and then when I pulled the horn off of my face, like the look on my face was the reason why people like your band directors like became music educators, because I was positive that I could not do it at all, and then I actually did it, right? And so I obviously wish that I wish I could show us a video of that, because you would all like, we would be dying of laughter, right? But the point was that I then left there realizing, you know what, I can do this, right? I can do this. I didn't leave there going like, did you guys hear that? That was amazing. That was not the takeaway. It was like the thing I was positive that I could not do, I suddenly could do, okay? So the word yet, right? We're coming back to the word yet, right? Where I can't improvise yet. I can't play this passage at corner equals 160 yet. I can't, and the thing about improvising, which you can, if you want to start this, like, at home, like when you're, when there's like, the house is empty, so like no one, wait till the neighbors go on vacation in the summer, it's like, nobody's gonna care, but you can absolutely wait till nobody's around. But there's literally no wrong answer. You can start slowly, you don't have to start quickly. You don't even have to start in a key. You can just start, just play absolutely anything. Every single note I just played was in the B flat scale. That was it. It was one of 7 notes, right? First time you do that, there's a good chance you're gonna hit a non-chord tone, as we call it, where you're gonna accidentally play an A flat instead of an A natural. Like, who cares, right? Who cares? Nobody gets to skip the first 3 versions of their website, right? Nobody gets to skip the, I'm gonna guess the first piece of art that you ever had the courage of making was probably not something that if like somebody today was like, show me an example of your artwork, I'm guessing you are not showing them like, they don't have serial numbers, but like 000001 was probably terrible compared to you today, right? Yeah, I've never met you, and I know for a fact because that's the way this works, okay? But you have to have the courage to start. Were you scared the first time? And if you weren't, then say no. Were you scared to share that with people the first time you made something? Very, yeah. Again, I was like, the reason I asked that was because there was a 99-point-something% chance that you were going to say either yes or an emphatic yes. Because everybody's scared at first. Absolutely everybody's scared. I will close with this. If you, and I did not know any of your band directors, and I've known some of them for a few years, but if, I wish that we all could see the first time that your band directors ever were on a podium conducting other musicians. It was almost surely in like methods class in school. And when that is like music education majors who bring their instrument to class. Sometimes it's a secondary instrument that they're trying to learn, but you play while one of the students conducts, right? If you were to watch the first time that they ever conducted, we would, and they would be laughing too, so we would be laughing along with them and not at them, but we would be howling compared to how comfortable they look now on the podium, okay? It's amazing, like you could be like conducting some like beautiful slow music and the face is just like, looks like they're like waiting for someone to lunge at them like they're playing like Squid Game or something. So, like for real, like absolutely like terrorized, and yet like their arms are doing this, right? And then they watch a video of themselves and their face looks horrified and they're like, oh, that's not ideal. That's why the band isn't playing beautifully, is because I look like I feel like I'm in danger, right? And so they then work on that, and then the face gets a little bit better, and then they watch it again, it's better, and then the third time they look and they're like, oh no, I'm doing the danger face. It's like, this is like, progress isn't linear either, okay? But then they keep on doing it, they keep on doing it, they keep on doing it, and then suddenly they are the high school band directors that you know, but nobody gets to skip the awkward phase of anything. So anything worth doing is worth doing for, okay? I'll be here for the entire rest of the day. If any of you had any questions and didn't get a chance to ask or were too shy, I am around. And you've got one more short clinic. You've got a 15-minute break. break now, and then you've got a short 45-minute. It goes by really fast. That one's shorter on purpose because you all are a little bit mentally taxed at this point in the day. And then like the show and tell at the end is fun and is quick, and then we'll get you home. Okay? Thank you so much. Now you've got a 15-minute break. You should like head in the general direction of your ensemble room so that we can get started like right at 2:15. But you've got 15 minutes to do whatever you're allowed to do beforehand. I'm not giving you additional permission.
All right, we are here for the final masterclass of not only the day, but of the event. We're about to see Dr. Gumbel working with the North Penn High School Band. I have had a wonderful time today. I just spent an hour with all three bands combined. I wanted to thank KHS America for helping to make that possible through a grant through the KHS Academic Alliance. They are helping to foot the incredibly steep bill of having me here. I'm very expensive. So, no, I love this event. I would never miss it. We have already seen Dr. Morrison and Dr. Baumanis working with this group, and we're about to see Dr. Gumbel. One of my favorite things about this event is seeing different clinicians working with the exact same band on the same day is really kind of neat. Very quickly, wanted to thank a few different sponsors. Wanted to thank J.W. Pepper for helping to provide the stream and for their support annually. Wanted to again thank KHS America, Jupiter Band Instruments, and XO Professional Brass. Wanted to thank the National Band Association, who are they organize a lot of events like this around the country, and also wanted to thank the Westchester University Wells School of Music for their support, and just the band staff here, Dr. Jozwiak, and as well as as all of them. They're so good. A lot of universities can be top heavy, but Dr. Morrison, Dr. Gumbel, and Yoz, it's just three fantastic musicians, fantastic educators, and this event is really special, and it's special not only because of them, but also because of the kids who have been, they woke up very early on a Saturday and are working really hard. And they've got one more clinic here. It's 45 minutes. I will pull Dr. Gumbel halfway through to talk about what he's working on. And then we will have our show and tell after that. So let's get into the hall now to hear Dr. Gumbel working with the band.
I think we came in the measure early. On 1, 2, da da dee da da dee, or a beat early. I think.
I'm like, I just love the intensity, man. Like this is such just like a hardcore, intense, it doesn't stop, you know what I mean? It's so relentless, which is like, it's such a fun piece to play, right? And it's a fun piece to experience. You know, when you're gonna play in like 45 minutes or something for people here, and it's not about them hearing you, right? You don't want them to just hear you, you want them to feel the North Penn Wind Ensemble, you know? Like when people are watching, we talk about this with the Rams all the time, it's like, we don't want people to just like hear or see the Ram band. We want people to like, it needs to be a full body experience, right? And this is such a cool vehicle for that. I think there's a little, so we want to make this even better, right? It's already good. It's actually already like kind of great in a lot of ways. There's definitely, it's like, how do we go from A tier to S tier, or how do we go from S tier to God tier? Like, how do we do that? I think there's just like little things, man. Like, we could level up the maturity with one simple concept. And I might have said this to you in the past, but just remember that motion yields emotion. Motion yields emotion. And there's some of this that's written and it looks static on the page. Some of it looks static. And when I say that, I mean things like the stabs, right? So we've got dop, 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 dop. I think they're all written the same dynamic. Is that accurate, or am I wrong? I don't remember. It's been a long time. I played it in 10th grade, you know? But it's all written the same. All right, cool. Well, if motion yields emotion, how can we add just a little bit of dynamic sauce on that to make it taste a little better, to make it feel a little different? What are some ideas? So whenever we play, gok, 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 what can we do? What's one thing we could do? Effect is generated through contrast. How do we generate more effect? Say it again. Grow. Yeah, okay. I love it. Let's grow. So rather than dop, 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 where it's like, okay, cool, whatever, it sounds great, but it doesn't necessarily feel like anything. How about dop, 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 dop? So there's a little bit of those micro-transactional moments of growth that lead to this really macro experience that's pretty sick. You know what I mean? So if you have 4 bop, 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 bops, can we make the first one forte and then just swallow the sound a little bit on the second one and then spit it out over the next 2? You know what I'm saying? So like forte, then mezzo forte plus, back to forte. So there's this little bit of growth. And I'll tell you what, a little bit goes a long way. You know what I'm saying? Can we find like the first, it happens a zillion times. Pick a spot.
91 would be a good spot.
Great.
Because you kind of get this. And then like on the next one, the one that's
Make all 3 of them, no, it's 3 notes in a row.
right, yeah.
So, right? Make each one of those grow just a little bit. And again, it's like those little things that take you to the next layer of maturity musically. Okay? It's that little stuff. It's the dynamics that aren't printed in the music. It's the ones that are layered beyond the music.
And those
all right?
charts are not organized correctly because they're all the same size. But actually, the top 2 tiers should be like.
Oh yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Like
totally.
To go from this to the best one, it's like.
Yeah, it's going from
small changes.
Yep, for sure. Can you just start? Yeah, just do it.
91.
Make it go somewhere. Yeah, do it. 91. Makes a huge difference. Yes. Yeah, stop. So that automatically feels different. Does that make sense? It sounds different, yes, but like, it's good. The goosebumps are different with that. First of all, there are goosebumps because we're not just being bludgeoned with the same thing over and over again, right? There's a little bit of layer. Now, I would say it might even, if you want to get really like detailed with it, which I know you do, that's the level that you want to play at. Maybe that was too much of like a subito mezzo piano. It could probably be a little less of a change. It doesn't need to be forte, piano, mezzo, non-adjacent dynamics. When I say non-adjacent, does that make sense? Piano is adjacent to what dynamics? Mezzo, piano, and pianissimo. So when I talk with my bands about non-adjacent dynamics. That's how we make like real growth. So like piano to mezzo forte, non-adjacent, to fortissimo, non-adjacent. You with me? Okay. So maybe not non-adjacent dynamics, but incrementally increasing dynamic changes. Like, try that again. You don't want it to be melodramatic. You want it to be dramatic.
But do a nice big crescendo. Like, 91 again. Everybody that has those parts.
Yes. Yeah. That's it. Good. But don't you dare, that was so good. But don't you dare sacrifice quality of sound for quantity of sound on the top end. You understand what I'm saying? The roller coaster is still 200 feet up in the air. The tallest point of the roller coaster is still only 200 feet. All we did is we took the beginning, we went 50 feet underground at the beginning, okay? So don't try to make it 300 feet on the other side, okay? You understand what I'm saying?
I don't want it to leave the track.
Yeah, right. Did you guys went to California, right?
Yeah, we did.
Dang.
We went on Space Mountain.
Oh, so I was going to say, you went to Disneyland? Yeah, sick. So like, Haunted Mansion.
I was close.
Shut up. The whole analogy is ruined! Anybody know about Haunted Mansion, right? Yeah, it's so cool. They put you in the stretching room at the beginning. The stretching room. Like you go in and yeah, people get it. So like the whole, it's like, it feels like the room is getting bigger. It looks like the ceiling is getting higher, right? But the trick is like the ceiling, spoiler alert, ceiling doesn't go any higher. You're actually in an elevator going lower, okay? So the effect is generated not by the room getting taller, but you feel like you're getting taller. TLDR, don't overplay on the top end. You're already generating enough contrast when you drop the floor. You lower the floor to make the ceiling seem higher. Make sense? With me? Good. Let's put it in a macro, more of a macro context.
Okay.
So like a bigger swing through a bigger chunk or something.
Let's start back at 56. Remember we talked about being a little bit lighter for like a little more staccato for the melody? So that it doesn't drag, you know?
I'm going to ask, and look, if we want to get to that next level, I want you to be hyper clear with the articulation too. There's a little bit of, it's a little soggy bottom with like dia da dia. Notice I'm not saying dia da dia da dia da dia. Get the idea? Dia da 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 dia da da dia da 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 dia da dia da. That's what we want to hear. Right now it's coming out dia da 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 dia da da dia da 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 dia da da dia da. Get it? All right, good. Do your best.
We also ran into one bad song all the time. What were the odds? Right? So be careful, I guess. And if it continues to be
The saxophone's very high.
Figure out where we breathe. But here's 56.
That's it. Yes. Yeah. Not too much too early. But you can do better. No. God, it's so good. Okay.
Do you feel it's just that those little adjustments make such a big difference? Man, life lesson number 2: excellence is in the details. All those details, like if you're detail oriented, you're going to succeed in life. It doesn't matter where you go. Okay, and those little things, small things, make the biggest difference, right? How we do small things is how we do all things. Big quote, like Dr. Tim quote kind of thing. It's so true. And those little adjustments are what make the difference between, you know, getting an A on a test or not, or getting a promotion at work, or getting, you know, like being the best version of you. So like, look, just find those opportunities for those kinds of details and, you know, and embrace it. It's so good. But look, you've got all these repeated notes. Musicianship rule number 4, right? Repeated notes need to do something, right? They have to do something. And this is full of, we did the good work with gung, 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 makes a big difference. Where we're not making a big enough difference is on right now the upper woodwinds are kind of just cranking.
We changed all those 4 days semester pianos, right? And I know we just did it, so we got to practice doing it now.
No, it's cool. Yeah, so just
and
do,
the last
do
one
it.
is so long, so like we might have come down.
100%.
But you got to your loudest point, and you were like, oh no, there's 2 more measures left.
Yep.
Well, I guess I'll just get louder.
Yep.
And then we kind of got crazy.
No, it's cool. So look, if you've already talked about it, great. And then you just need to get reps on it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't do it till you get it right, till you can't get it wrong, that kind of stuff. So just get like reps on it. It's cool. Start back at, the stabs are so much better.
It's really exciting.
It's
like
I don't get this, I'm a pretty excitable person, but like I'm pretty pumped right
There
now.
was one
I'm also
that
like,
where I got goosebumps, and we were both like, oh yeah.
yeah! I'm like yelling into this microphone.
what
They're probably
measure?
super aggravated with me out there. Like I'm screaming into this thing.
So good.
I don't know, whatever. There were a
Hey,
lot of them were
Lawrence,
good.
You cannot play measure 109 and 110 too loud. I know we
100%.
missed half the section.
Make up for it.
They're gone. But that bo beep bop, I mean, it says brassy, which sounds like code for play as loud as you want to me.
Yeah, that's what it's, if it feels good, do it. All right, start at, do that same thing.
Let's start at 87. Let's do 87.
Here's a question I'd ask right now, and this is something I talked about with the other groups. And if you spend any time around me, you'll hear a lot about this. We just gave you all kinds of what I would refer to as level 3 feedback. Level 3 feedback, right? So how is what you're doing impacting the people who are out there? So what are we hearing from the front, right? Level 3 is how we're impacting people out there. Level 1, what's that? Any idea? Yeah, Aiden? You got it. Yeah, 100%. Level 1 is I, me. What am I doing, right? So after every single rep, you're going to get stuff from him, okay? He's going to tell you things. But then that shouldn't enable you to go on autopilot. We call those mindless reps, right? Don't let your reps be mindless. If you want to make your reps even more valuable, you make it a mind more rep. You have that level 1 inventory of things that you can do better. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And then level 2, we'll get to that at some point maybe. And if not, I'm sure we'll see each other again at some point, all right? But right now, you've got level 3 from us, okay, fine. And everyone has to have level 1 or else we don't yield the maximum value out of everything we're doing. REP stands for reflect, engage, and perform. Okay, so reflect on what you just did, engage in meaningful goal setting, and perform at a higher level. You do that in band, but you do that everywhere. You want to be good at stuff? Engage in the rep cycle. Understand? Yeah. Let's go.
87.
God, you're good. Let's do it. Good. Yeah, it's a little. I
think the flutes are going a little faster than the clarinets on that 5/8.
And I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of like. There's this quote, James Clear, Atomic Habits, super great book. James Clear says we don't rise to our goals, we fall to our systems. So I'm just a big systems person, right? Any kind of system that we can engage in, those are the habits that ultimately make us successful. A goal without a plan is just a dream, all that kind of stuff, right? So systematically, I process what's coming out of the ensemble based on what, when, and how. I just have those three questions happening all the time. The what of the music, any ideas what that could be? Like what musical element would you say is like the what of the music? Yeah, what it sounds, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, what's on the page, I dig that, yeah. I think of the what as just the notes. Like what notes are happening. And so the what of the music, are we playing the right notes? I think unanimously we are playing the right notes. So I don't need to worry about what comments. What also includes intonation, by the way, and tone quality. If the group doesn't play with great intonation or tone quality, I start with that what. Hey, what we got to do is focus on what we sound like. We sound incredible, all right? So then I move to when, the when. What do you suppose when would be musically? The what is the notes, the when is the, what do you think? Tempo, that has something to do with it? What do you think? The rhythm, 100%, right? The organized groups of sounds and silences that are traveling through space and time, okay? So the rhythms, the sounds and the silences. Are we attacking, sustaining, and releasing the same way all the time, okay? So as I get to, and then after that I go to the how of the music. What do you suppose the how is? Aiden? Dynamics articulation, okay? How loud, and then how do these notes, how do the envelopes of sound match? Okay, so if there are a lot of directors spend a bunch of time on like how before the what or the when is ironed out. And that we teach in music ed here, it's like, don't do that. Focus on the when first, then the what, then the how, okay? Most of the comments you're gonna get are gonna be how comments. But we have some serious when issues happening before 125. So we go back, we kind of, we downshift the feedback from like all this heady how, like growth, motion, emotion, all that stuff, to like, hey, let's get the rhythms lined up between I don't know, it's 4 before, yeah, like start at 112 and make sure that leading into 125, we've got a good understanding of apple, pineapple, apple, pineapple, apple, pineapple, apple, pineapple. Say it out loud. Ready? Go. Apple, pineapple, apple, pineapple, apple, pineapple. That's it, okay? So you go from apple, 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 pineapple, apple, pineapple, apple. You have to have those in order. You have to have the fruit salad organized the right way. All right, leading into the downbeat of 125. All right, go for it, 112.
112.
Apple, 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 apple. Oh. That's the right idea. Good. Do it again. That was it. Yeah. Apple, 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 pineapple, apple, pineapple, apple, pineapple, dop, pineapple, bump. That's what we're looking for. Okay, try it again. That was better. Good. Yep. Hey, musical exclamation points. So musical punctuation, had this conversation with a couple other groups, seems to move the needle in a positive way. Find the musical exclamation points, right? And make sure there are no commas before the musical exclamation points. I see a musical exclamation point. Most of the time, musical exclamation points are at the end of something like this, right? That's an exclamation point. Make sure there's no comma or ellipses before that. Musical comma, what would that be? Yeah, any kind of breath, okay? You would never write a sentence. You're not even allowed to do it. Like write a sentence and then put a comma at the end of the sentence right before the exclamation point. Like Grammarly would call you out on that in 2 seconds. You can't, you're not allowed, okay? You have to make sure that the sentence leads up to the exclamation point, all right? TLDR, don't decay at the end of the phrase and play all the way to the end of the crescendo, which would be the downbeat of 125, especially if you have the easy part, which is anyone playing the long notes. Make sense? There's not as much motion here because we're not bought into the growth at the end of or into the musical exclamation point. Do it again. 112. Woodwinds sound great. Keep it up. Good. That's it. Cool. And then awkward silence.
Carrots.
I love that.
Strike.
That's
she kept
perfect.
cutting off every time we got to that point, so she just gave up, which is fine.
2 requests, and I'm going to go out in the hallway here. 2 requests, and this is just level 3 stuff. Horns, I feel really great about what's happening 3 before 112. Actually, I'm sorry. I feel really great about what happens 2 before 112. I think what happens, the pick up to 2 before 112, the low E is the most important moment of that phrase. And that's the note that's getting lost. Why? Because it's in the lower register. Okay? So you need to put twice as much energy into that attack, and then just let the top notes speak. It's going to work out great. But you need to be twice as loud in the lower register. Make sense? Great.
Naomi, you have that note too. The pickup.
Oh, an alto sax, same thing.
Pick up to 110. That low F sharp is really important.
Yep, 100%.
The high F sharp.
And then muted trumpet. Any of that that come out of the muted trumpet, you could be like twice as loud on those, because that color is, I mean, it's tempered steel. That's part of the steel. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back.
That's why we're using the metal mutes.
Ah, hey, big brains. I love it.
The 45-minute one, like
Oh, good, man.
if I come in the middle, it feels like it's too early, but if I wait like 10 extra minutes, then you go back in and do 7 more. What, when, how? That's the...
When, what, how, yeah. Yep. Yep.
When, what?
When, what, how.
Dr. Gumbel.
Hello. Go Pats.
You said it, not me. Can you talk to us briefly about the when, what, how?
Sure. Yeah. So just a systematic approach that we teach here, just to help folks organize their thoughts and organize their feedback. You know, the when of the music for us is the rhythm, right? So, you know, is the right sound happening at the right time? And rhythm, not just like kind of sort of the rhythm, but is every attack, sustain, and release organized throughout the course of this section, right? And so if it's not, then that's where we begin our feedback. We start there, right?
Okay.
And then the what of the music being the pitches.
Okay.
Are we playing the right notes? Not kind of sort of the right notes, but are we playing, you know, the pitches? Is every pitch have, you know, is it centered? And are we in tune? Are we kind of in tune, or are we like really in tune? You know, and quality of sound as well.
Okay.
And if we don't have the when and the what ironed out, and actually we put the when first because the right note at the wrong time is worse than the wrong note at the right time, if that makes sense. You can get away with it a little bit. I'm sure you have before. You know, just with those kinds of issues. But then we go to the how. So like once we organize the when and the what, now we can really focus on how this is coming to life. That's dynamics and articulation. And I talked to the kids, I didn't say it in there, but like reading around the notes.
Right.
So like good bands are gonna play the notes and the rhythms. Great bands are gonna read around the notes and the rhythms. They're gonna get this stuff right away, and then they're gonna read around and really focus on you know, how the shapes of the music are coming to life, whether it's the shapes of the phrase with dynamics or the shapes of the notes with the envelopes of sound with articulation. So just a system for organization for our music majors here, but like also for students of music as they're evaluating their own performance. Like my sons at home who are in elementary school and middle school, it's like, hey, is that a when problem or a what problem? And if it's a when problem, all right, cool. How are we, you know, how do we approach that? Here are some tools to figure out the when. You know, don't focus on the what. we isolate to educate, focus on the when, and then now we get to the what, and then we get to the how.
That's
So-
great. That's an awesome system. No way you came up with it.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy, right? Blind squirrels find nuts too, my man.
I'm a really good teacher, and I have not had a single original thought fall out of my mouth in
That's right.
30-something
That's
years
great.
of teaching.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm a simple man.
Yes,
so I
yes,
require
yes,
simple.
yes, you are.
So I require simple systems.
All right, let's get him back
All
in
right,
there.
my man. Thank you. Nice. Nah, but look, it wasn't an exclamation point. Hi again, by the way, I'm back. The last note wasn't as loud as the second to last note. So the penultimate note can't be the loudest. You know what I'm saying? It was gong. That's what we're looking for. Okay, try it again. Can we try something? So look, it's cool. Like we're definitely less comfortable with this section than we were the other one. Would you agree? Is that accurate? I'm not like insulting you or anything. All right, cool. So I just want to try. Z do do z do do apple 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 z gong gong gong. Start at 176, and instead of doing this, I'm just going to go shing gong gong 2 2 3 2 3 4 2 3 jing gong dong ding 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 gong gong bi da di di. Get the idea? All right, and I'm going to conduct generally, I think if I remember this correctly, generally four bar phrases, which will look like a pattern of 4. Does that make sense? All right, cool. Let's try it. See what happens at 176. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. And 2 2 3 Good. Yeah, that's the right idea. Try it again. Here we go. Here's 176. Does that make you with me? So it's 1 2 3 2 2 3 3 2 3 and 1 and 2 2 3 3 2 3 4 2 3 So it's 2 big measures of 4 and then a measure of 2. When I say measure, I mean a big pattern that I'm showing you. That gets us to 186. Nod your head if you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. All right, cool. Here we go. Here's 176. 1 2 3 2 2 3 2 3 4 and 1 and dee da da dee da da dee da da dee do dee da da dee da da dee Here's 202. Dee da da dee da da. Find the targets. Beat 1 of every measure bass clarinet. 1. Gak gak gak. Yeah, that's the right idea. Okay, cool. So your job, what's your name? You're a stud. Good for you. Sam, You're the best. Your job is to find the ones. Zing gong. Right now, it sounds like every note is like they're not organized in groups of 3. It sounds like every note is an event unto itself. Gong, 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 ging, like they're all equally weighted. What we want to feel is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, zing, gong, dong, ging, gong, gong, ging, gong. And I said I teach conduct. Look, I'm not expecting him to do this, but for me, my goal as a conductor is to know what I try to keep everything simple. Know what I want the music to sound like, and then look like I want the music to sound. So to me, this is a dance. And you are the main event for most of this, okay? That's beautifully done. Here's 176. 1, 2, 3, 2. Again, ready, and go. 2, 3. 2, 3, and 4. Good. Motion in the ocean. Shape it. Motion, emotion. Nice job, Sam. Keep it up. There you go. Good. Here's 214. 1. Gak, gak, gak. That's the right idea, okay? So I'm going to encourage you, it's not like a thing we're going to do in 2 seconds, but I'm going to encourage you to feel it that way through this section. And then when we get to 214, 1, 2, 3, gak, gak, gak. It's these little gak, gak, gaks that are coming out of nowhere, okay? And during your rests, the trick here is to be subdividing during the rests, thinking about the rhythm that's coming up. As you're seeing this, you're thinking, dot, dot, dot. Other people might be thinking, jing gong gong, ging gong gong, zong gong dong, ging gong. Other people might be thinking, gung gong, ging gong. Like if you see dotted quarter notes, you're thinking 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. And if you see quarter notes, you're thinking 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. If you see triplets, you're thinking bibbidi bobbidi bibbidi bobbidi. That's my mnemonic for triplets, okay? So just, you all have to then keep track of the silences using that type of subdivision. Does that make sense? All right, cool. Here you go. Do it again. Do you want to tackle this section? Or do you want to keep moving? Yeah, cool. It's great. What I would do, if you're going to play this later, I might just go, Sham, 169.
Yep, that's what we're going to do.
Yep, 100%. And then maybe play one of the other things.
A little taste, yeah.
100%. Yep, absolutely. Yep.
The key word in all of that, he kept saying, this group should be thinking this, and this group should be thinking this. Everyone should be thinking something. My fear with this section is that everything just goes black in front of you. And then we're 150 measures later, and you're like, where are we? So just make sure you stay engaged in this.
Mind less, mind more. Mind less, mind more. Easy to go mind less in this section and wait for him to point at you. Just mind more. Keep track of your silences. All right?
Cool, let's do 222. 222.
Do.
Ready? And 1, and go.
Nice. More separation. There it is. One, two, two, two. That's it. Yeah. There you go. Yep. One, two, two, two. Nope, wrong, sorry, my bad. But then 2 bars before each time, it's just click, 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 and shot.
Cool. I think we can get used to that, and I think Dr. Gumbel was 100% right. Like that's the feel of the music. But if I was a trumpet, I would still be going 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's all about what notes you're putting inside the silences. When you're playing, tendency traps, okay? Life lesson number 4, becoming exceptional at anything requires fighting the tendencies of average. Becoming exceptional requires fighting the tendencies of average. You want to be really good, you figure out what the tendencies are, you fight against them. Or if we want to grow our tendencies, first we need to know our tendencies, okay? I like rhyming words, just, again, simple man. Knowing what we do, like on whole notes, typically, when we play whole notes, do we typically speed up or slow down? Typically, yeah. Yeah, not normally. Yeah, normally when we see white notes, we're typically slowing down, right? I'm sure the tuba is, I was a tuba player. I remember how to hold it pretty much. But I mean, like, I remember getting yelled at constantly for like slowing down in the back. It's like, because I'm in the back of the room, but then I'm also playing donuts. Okay, and I don't know, been teaching for a little while. Tendency typically is when we play our slow notes slow. And then we play our fast notes fast, right? We rush eighth notes. And we rush silences. We truncate silences because we're uncomfortable with silence, right? Our tendency is to play our slow notes slow and our fast notes fast. Well, how do we fight that tendency? Well, we try to think about our fast notes slow and our slow notes fast, okay? That's one way to fight those tendencies. What's our tendency during silences? What's our tendency when we have rests? So what's that? Yeah, our tendency is not to keep track of time, all right? Our tendency isn't to be subdividing silence. It's to go something like, we go from playing 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and then as soon as we're not playing anymore, we go 1, 2, 3, 1, rather than thinking. All right. The key to this section is putting the correct rhythmic value of whatever you're about to play in the silence that's existing in that moment. Okay. That's the tricky part. Yeah. But again, it sounds so ridiculous. I'm getting text messages from people about how great you sound, which is awesome. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I won't tell you who.
I want Dr. Gumbel to listen to the ending, just so maybe he can give us some quick ideas on what to do with this.
I refuse.
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, that's good.
We're gonna do it anyway. Hey, at $3.99, a lot of you have the same things as earlier, just more notes. So let's see if we can apply the previous concept that we talked about to this section.
That's good.
I don't want to sing it to you. I just want to see if you'll do it.
Just make it more effective, right? Put some house sauce on it. Put some dynamic sauce on it.
I do want to sing.
Don't do it.
Right.
Don't do it, man. Don't enable them.
Can I at least tell you what I'm talking about? All the woodwinds, trumpets, and percussion.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Woodwinds, trumpets, and percussion at $3.99. Can you take what we were working on earlier and make it happen in this section, which is similar but not exactly the same? Okay.
Yeah. They know what to do. They know what they're supposed to do.
How many measures are left if we start at $3.99? Okay. Can you pace yourselves dynamically? I don't know if I can handle 104 measures of fortissimo. And I don't think the audience can either.
There you go. Good. Do that again. Do that again. Some of us got it. Not everybody got it. Right? Try it again. He's not going to sing it to you. Motion yields emotion. Repeated notes have direction. Copy-paste concepts. There it is. My man. The more you could do with motion on those isolated events, the better. Build. Stop. Yeah, it's so good, right? The level up from that A tier to S tier, or S tier to God tier, whatever you want to do with that. Or if you think that's lame, fine, figure something else out. The next level of maturity, right? Identify the musical exclamation points, because we just went through three exclamation points where the audience isn't going to feel anything. All right? Here's what I'm going to say. Find the exclamation points right now. Figure out where they are. A lot of the times, man, if you look at where the boxed numbers are, that kind of tells you where the exclamation points are a lot of the time. Figure out where those are, and then draw an arrow over top, or literally put an exclamation point there, and make sure that you build into that moment. Okay? Maybe you're going to work in your rehearsal to lower the floor, maybe before you get to those to get to those points. But right now, it sounds great, but it doesn't feel great because there's no ebb and flow to what's going on. We're missing motion. If we're missing motion, then we are missing emotion. Get what I'm saying? All right? Cool. So look, real quick, because you can do this, and then you'll take a break and you'll blow up everybody's minds. I hope everyone wore 2 pairs of socks because you're going to knock the first pair off. I'm sure you've heard that before. I don't know, $4.20 or sure. What was that? $3.99 is probably good. Yeah, $3.99. Mission for you, level 3 feedback. Find the musical exclamation points and make an impact. Yes? All right, cool. Here we go. Yes! That's the right idea. Almost. Yes! There you go. Trumpets are crazy. So good. That's the one. Great last note. Yeah. So good, man. So good. And it's so fun. Just The fun is in the excellence a lot of the time. You know, like the effect, well, one of the things we'll say in Texas a lot is, you know, the effect, I say effect is through contrast. In Texas, they'll say the effect is excellence. Excellence is the effect, right? So like your Texcellence, you know what I mean? Like that whole thing. And what you're doing right now is at an incredibly high level. And that's incredible news. You know, it's so good. And what's so exciting to me is your level of engagement in these kinds of conversations as we get to like round third and head for home on a long day. And the fact that you're still willing to make those incremental improvements. All those small things add up to big results. And I hope you feel that. And there's still room to continue to grow. You have a concert in like a week or something like that. So you still have some fruit that's there on the vine to make sure you're working on. Yeah, right? You know, so it's such a pleasure to get an opportunity to work with you as always, and hopefully it's not the last time this year, and we'll have a chance to have my socks knocked off here in a few minutes. So thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, did someone play the gong on this tune? Is it Riley? Okay. No one was currently playing the gong. Good, because I didn't hear any gong. I was missing it. You want us to get off the stage?
I don't care. Yeah, I don't know. It's your world. We just live in it. Do you start? You probably start if you're on. I think you start. It would make sense for you to start since you're the ones on the stage currently. So if Dr. Jozwiak tells you something different, then cool. Oh, there he is, right there. They're going to start. Yeah, it's perfect. Makes sense. He sounds so great. My God. So good. Awesome. Trumpets. Sounds so good. Oh my God. Crazy. These are the gods back there, man. You're like, yeah, whatever. That's what I do. Dude, sound good. All I'm saying about is, so unintentionally, you sound great all the time. Okay. Unintentionally, you're out of balance often because of your horning. Okay. Yeah, so like, take 2% off, right? But then this angle is just going to take it off automatically. Okay. You know, because you're a little over the... That makes sense. Okay, word. Thank you. Cool. You got it. Love that shirt. Sounding good.
And then always we're going to play that middle section.
Okay, we have made it to the end of this NBA Wind Band Symposium here at the Wells School of Music at Westchester University. Boy, it's been really incredible getting to see all of these kids working with all three of these clinicians. Wanted to briefly, before our show and tell concert, wanted to thank a few sponsors. Wanted to thank J.W. Pepper, founded in 1876. J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. We offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, their digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, they offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. Also wanted to thank KHS America, that's the parent company of Jupiter Band Instruments and XO Professional Brass, for helping to make my appearance possible, in part through an educational grant from the KHS Academic Alliance. So thank you very much to them. Also wanted to, of course, thank our hosts here at Westchester University. I wanted to tell you about another Westchester University event that's happening very soon, which the Westchester University Wind Bands are excited to be hosting composer Frank DeKelly for a residence February 19th to 22nd. The Westchester University Bands will feature DeKelly's compositions and concerts on Thursday, February 19th at 7:30 p.m. and Sunday, February 22nd at 3 p.m. Both events will be held in the Madeleine Wing Adler Theater. The concerts are free and open to the public. And also wanted to thank the National Band Association. We are grateful for our partnership with the National Band Association in producing this event. The National Band Association is an organization open to anyone and everyone interested in bands, regardless of the length of experience, type of position held, or the specific level at which one works. The membership roster includes professionals and students from every facet of the band world. NBA is today's professional organization for band directors, and it stands ready to serve all members of the association through a variety of projects and initiatives. In addition to supporting a national professional association for bands and band music, the benefits of membership in the National Band Association include a subscription to The Instrumentalist, the official magazine for all individual, student, institutional, and corporate memberships, which is 5 issues a year, subscription to the NBA Journal, 4 issues a year, 2 hard copies and 2 electronic copies. Almost all journals, especially the recent years, are available by PDF. Access to valuable resources, including the selective music lists, concert band music and concert marches, access to mentors and mentor programs, support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through our mentor projects. Any students listening should take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. So we are about to send things in for the show and tell, as we like to call it. It is a concert where you are going to hear from the bands from all 3 of these high schools, Hatboro Horsham under the direction of Erica Westcott, North Penn under the direction of Joe Santinello, and Caravel Academy under the direction of Stephen Andrew Lavage. They all sound absolutely fantastic. Each one of these groups has had the opportunity to work with Julia Baumanis from Dr. Julia Baumanis from Rutgers University, who is the special guest clinician this year. They also had the opportunity to work with Dr. Hannah Morrison and Dr. Adam Gumbel, both from Westchester University here. And all 3 bands today, plus all 3 bands yesterday, had the opportunity to hear a clinic from me on fostering a growth mindset, both on the instrument and off of the instrument, and how we can take some of those practicing skills and apply them to the rest of life, and just just talking about being a musician in general, and having the courage to create when the world is a lot faster to criticize people who have that courage rather than make something themselves, and about how important it is to have people that have that courage in the world. So again, we are about to hear all 3 of these wonderful groups, and the program will conclude with a brief performance by the Westchester University Wind Ensemble under the direction of Dr. Andrew Jozwiak. So thank you so much for joining us on this stream. If you have any interest in seeing any of yesterday's clinics or any of today's clinics or yesterday's performance, then all of this is going to be archived on the Wells School of Music YouTube channel. There are a number of years, previous years, available there, so you get to watch any number of clinicians, both from the faculty here as well as the special guests from out of town. There's one featured every single year. And without further ado, let us head into the auditorium to get things started.
Greetings, friends. It's really nice to see an audience here today. A lot of parents joining us for the performance, which is awesome. I think you're really going to enjoy hearing the work that your students have done this weekend. I said to the students when we started the day that it's a very special event for us because this day is about rolling up our sleeves, getting into the weeds, working through the music, and trying to figure out any number of different ways or approaches that we can approach ensemble experiences. So we kind of bill it as concert band camp. And in such, much like you get a preview show at the end of marching band camp, what we do at the end of this day, we just refer to as a show and tell, because it's rarely everything. We are in the process of putting together our full program for whenever that's going to occur during our spring semesters, but now everything is a little bit of a work in progress. So the first ensemble that we have here today is from North Penn High School and directed by Joseph Santinello. They're going to be playing pieces of 3 different pieces. The first is called Infinity by Kataj Copley. The second, they're going to play a little bit of Deep River by Benjamin Horn, and they'll finish with a bit of Tempered Steel, aptly named. I'm sure you'll understand why when you hear it, by Charles Rochester Young. So please welcome North Penn High School.
wanted to maybe highlight a few of the things that we worked on today. So we're going to kind of pick it up in the middle of this tune, Deep River.
we have the Hatboro Horsham High School Band under the direction of Erica Westcott, and they will be performing John Williams in concert, or John Williams tribute. John Williams in concert, okay. Themes by the famous film score composer John Williams, arranged by Paul Lavender. Hatboro Horsham, give it up for him. Delaware, the Caravel Academy, under the direction of Stephen Andrew Lavage. They will be performing portions of Down in the River by Jay Bocook, Kirkpatrick Fanfare by Andrew Boyson Jr., 1,000 Cranes by Robert Sheldon, and Variations on a Shaker medley. So you're going to get a little bit of a lot of things here, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Caravel Academy. Before we finish our afternoon with a performance by the Westchester University Wind Ensemble, I'd like to extend a couple thanks. First, to our clinicians who worked with the students this weekend, our guest from Rutgers University, Dr. Julia Balmanis. And the two best colleagues anyone could ever hope for, Dr. Hannah Morrison and Dr. Adam Gumbel from Westchester University. Special thanks and a shout out to Andrew Hitz for his emceeing during the live stream and his session with the students. Andrew Hitz from Jupiter Music Instruments. And we are extremely grateful for the collaborations we've been able to have with the J.W. Pepper Company over the years, and they're providing the live stream for the weekend. So thank you to the folks at J.W. Pepper. And my last thanks for the afternoon goes out to the directors of the bands who are here. Any of them, as well as all the students, could be doing a ton of different things on a Saturday afternoon, but they value the experiences that they're able to offer their students by doing events like this. And I just am very appreciative that you take so much stock in your students and their education and their experiences to bring them here on a Saturday. So thank you, friends. Okay, we too are a work in progress. We're going to play a little bit of a second movement of a symphony. This is the two pieces we'll perform are from the Second Symphony written by a composer named Frank Kelly. We're going to play a little bit of the second movement and the last movement from this work. If you're interested in hearing more of this piece, and a ton of other works by Frank Kelly. We are fortunate to be having him on campus in a couple weeks. He'll be here for a short residency, February 19 through 22nd, with performances on those 2 days, Thursday, February 19th, and Sunday, February 22nd. He's certainly one of the giants of the wind band world, and we're going to be very, very grateful to be hosting him. One of the first pieces he composed, maybe the first piece that really hit the wind band world, it was a piece called Postcard to Meadville. And it was commissioned by one of the most revered conductors we've had in the business, H. Robert Reynolds from the University of Michigan. And sadly, Dr. Reynolds passed yesterday, and I just feel obligated to mention that because he is certainly in all our thoughts this weekend, and so inextricably linked to Frank Kelly because of that piece. So we will be thinking of Professor Reynolds during this performance today. And for all of you, thank you for being here, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.